Let's get with it. Let's get with it. I gotta go in here and change my thumbnail and stuff, because, I actually have one of those today. I also don't even know what day it is anymore on this series. I probably need to start changing my thumbnails to not say it's day such and such, because I don't know what the fuck day it is anymore. This one says it's the 28th day of this series, so maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Change this to gaming. ARK Survival Ascended. Yo. Alright, minimize that down. So, something crazy happened. You should all be using the tinkering table. Just all the time. By the way, I got the most epic blueprint at like 4 o'clock in the morning last night. I want to show it to y'all. And I'm going to keep showing it off all day today. Because I honestly, I still don't understand. My brain is having difficulty coping with what's going on. But let me show you this capped blueprint. I'm afraid to even make it because I'm worried that somebody will kill me with it and then they'll know I have it and then they'll come raid me. But check this leggings blueprint out. Fucking 1400 Dura capped armor. When the blueprint came out in the tinkering table, it actually had over 900 armor. But when I pulled it out, it dropped down to this 496, so that's got to be the cap. So capped armor and 1412 durability on a pair of legs. Holy shit. 1355 metal to make this flak legs VP. Going out of control. I honestly can't even fucking believe it. And I am terrified of having something that good in my base. Because somebody's gonna kill me. Actually, I need to upload it. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna keep this thing in the upload. I've got upload right here in the middle of my base. Let's just get it. 40 more seconds. Also, I'm raising up my Dodicarus finally. I freaking hatched this Dodicarus like 2 weeks ago and never raised it, but I've got some extinction carrier and mineral carriers level 1 and 2. I figured I'd just throw them on there. So this is going to give me 52.5% weight reduction on extinction items and then just 15% weight reduction on minerals. But still, pretty good. It's pretty good. Pretty excited about it. That bad boy uploaded. Good deal. Now nothing bad will happen. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. Day. Me said day, me said day, me said day. Daylight come and me want go home. So we've got some interesting things that need to start happening now. So I still have this extinction server, right? I still kind of live here. But because I can't bring anything back here, we sort of need to start doing stuff on other servers. So it's a little bit strange, I guess. One of the big things I do need to do is I want to get this doed. It's going to take at least another 8 hours to raise. I think it only gets 20% every 8 hours, though, because I left it raising all night last night. So honestly, this doed is probably not going to be ready until tomorrow. But I need a good doed so I can go get dust. In fact, I need to go ahead and do a dust run, I think, because I need the dust for the other server. That's kind of a big sticking point for me right now over there. Is I need dust. Oh, also, because I need element, but also part of our effort to get element over there is actually breeding. So let's also break out our good male and all of our female megatheriums. And let's see about popping some babies. I tried to breed, or I tried to raise the megatherium baby that we had that had everything but the health last night. But I'm stupid and I let it starve to death, so... Womp womp. What is this? Exotic bearing. Oh, okay, these are just some random stuff. I did get a num level 2 for stegos, which is honestly kind of dope. Let's go ahead and ooh, I can. Nice. Just dump these off in here. We got some good things going on. Gonna be doing a lot of waiting here right now. It is a breed day. We need megatheriums. Like, so bad. The other thing I really want is I want to get want to take these managarmers, these two baby managarmers, and I want to raise them on my other server. I don't mind raising the dimorphodons here necessarily, although I probably will raise them on the other server as well. I'll hatch them out of their eggs here, and then I'll take them to the other server. I may eventually bring them back here, but that seems unlikely. How many of a dimorphodon eggs? Did you eat a dimorphodon egg, you little shit swizzler? I think he might have eaten one of my dimorphodon eggs. You have regular eggs to eat. Okay, this one says it's ready to mate. This one wasn't put on mating. Okay. So both of these are ready to mate. So I'll get 3 dimorphodon eggs out of this. I guess I can't just be leaving. Hey, what's up, Detestion? How are you today? Did you see? Did you see the incredible thing that I got yesterday? So check this out. Bam! I pulled that out of the tinkering table. I didn't find it. I put a... Yeah, it is expensive as fuck. I don't give a fuck, though. That's capped armor. But I put an ascended ghillie legs and an ascended castroid saddle an apprentice ascended, um, sorry, not an apprentice ascended, an apprentice blacklegs into my tinker table, and it gave me this. And when the tinker table put it out, it had 900 and something on it with 1412 Dura. So when I pulled the thing out of the tinker table, it went down to 496. So that's cap. But I don't think I've ever seen black BP this good. Like, ever. Official. So, yeah. What's up? I'm I'm so terrified of using it that I know for sure that I'm gonna get raided, because that's the kind of thing you raid a base for, right? You kill somebody and you see that they've got a BP that lets them craft something like that. You go find them and you raid them and you take it. So I'm afraid to make it and use it because I'm afraid people come looking for me. It might promote the channel really well though. Like people kill me with it and then they come to the channel to try and like figure out where I live. And then maybe they stick around. Who knows? I'm pretty stoked about it though. If I can get a whole set like that, I'll be fucking immortal. All right, let's throw out our mail here. Let's get these bad boys breeding. Get it. It would be OP if it didn't cost 1400 metal. Now you gotta slave away. Oh, whatever. That's fine. 1400 metal? I can deal with that. I can deal with that. Ain't nothing. Of course, I guess if I had to make a whole set, right, 5 pieces with 1400 metal, that's each 7.5k. Yeah, I do need a crafter. I can't even believe what the Dura will hit if I get a good crafter on. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Can't even believe it. Caps at 2100? Okay. I mean, you could cap it. It is cappable. God, that'd be crazy. He's so crazy. Capped armor, capped fucking... So 50%, yeah. Wow. Well, guess I gotta get a crafter character made then. Unstoppable. Gonna be sweet though. Let's see what we get out of this baby. What do we got? Whoop. All right. We got low health. It was only 29. No, our health is 29. That's right. So we're missing stam and melee here on a male. So that's probably not going to be worth. Yeah. My health isn't very good to begin with. This Megatherium only has a base 5k health. So I think 29 is all I can get. But yeah, the stam and the melee were both booty cheeks. That's fine. Whatever. We're also, I think, going to throw out these Dimorphodons. I may not raise them, but I at least want to pop the eggs. Nah, we'll wait for more. That'll be a tomorrow thing, maybe. Or when's the next time they're gonna breed? 13 hours, 15. Yeah, tomorrow we'll breed Dimorphodons. Today's going to be a little bit of a boring day because we are just mostly going to be breeding. Primarily, we're looking at getting these Megatheriums ready. We're going to take them over to the other server to raise them, probably, though. We need to get a couple of tech troughs made. But I might just have to go ahead and make regular troughs and do that. So we will have to go out on some meat runs. We've got crops here. We can just take our crops over to feed our Megatheriums. That's how we're raising this Doed right now, is just on crops. And yeah, maybe tomorrow we'll be able to try a boss fight, depending on how this breeding these Megatheriums goes. We shall see. I also feel like it'd be nice to maybe be able to rock a Vampiric on a couple of my Megatheriums. Just because that'd be really useful. Be able to just dump out a Vampiric and let them heal up a little bit. You know, their bug buff's going to get them doing so much damage and stuff. I bet you Vampiric's probably really valuable for them. Yeah, we're going to have kind of a slow day today. Just doing some base stuff. Just hanging out. Getting things ready. I was watching a video today by a person named Reaper. Watching it first thing this morning when I woke up. And I don't know if it's still this way. But if it is, it's ridiculously freaking broken. But this person was using a Dreadmare to pick up all of their resource gathering creatures. And it just cares about drag weight, but they keep their inventories. So when you put a creature in the dark hole, its inventory stays in its inventory. And then when you pop it out, it's still got its, so you can just carry it around. And it's only based on drag weight. So as long as you have the drag weight to carry it, no matter how many resources it has, you're good. And so something I want to check is, will the structures on a Quetzal stay with a Dreadmare? So if you could pick a Quetzal up with the whole structure thing made, you could have reps on there. You could get slot caps and slot caps and slot caps on the back of a Quetzal, and then just fly it back with a Dreadmare. And it would honestly be fucking dumb. I don't know if that would work. I don't know what's going on. Oop. But I feel like Dreadmares are way more broken than people give them credit for right now. So, yeah. Just from a farming perspective. I mean, they basically make the Rhyni Ignatha completely inconsequential, right? Because that was kind of the big thing about the Rhinio, was it was an even better way to farm. Because it was faster than an RG and had more carry weight than an RG. And now you have the Dreadmare that can literally carry an infinite amount of weight as long as it has enough weight to carry the drag weight of the creature. Which is dumb. Let's go get some food. Don't need you on that. Very fond of my little Doedicurus. This one got all the same colors. Well, I got green spikes instead of the blue spikes that its one parent had, but it's got the purple underbelly, and it's kind of cute. I would prefer the purple spikes, but whatever. Do you want my love? Oh, rip all the stats again. Well, just rip health. Yeah. Okay, so we are going to raise this one because it is a female. And it is going to give us everything but the health. So now we can just try and get the health. We might just end up having to raise 2 generations. It is going to take not having 4.5% and being down to just 2.5% um, on the rates is a bummer. Should have gotten all this stuff out of the way weeks ago. But whatever, we're just going to do stuff the hard way because sometimes that's what you got to do. So we've got our embryo. Let's actually put the embryo in the embryo thing so it starts counting down over here. Boop. Put that in there. I've killed all of my otters because I keep forgetting that they eat fish and I keep trying to feed them vegetables and then they keep starving to death. So I have no more otters because I'm dumb. It's pretty funny. Do you want my love? I don't have nearly enough bullets. I haven't been nearly active enough farming bullets. It's too much to do. Too much to do. And throw that one out. And read away. Whistle passive on everything. Goodness. That was a passel. Let's see what we get from this one. It's very exciting. I really just need 2. No. Oh my god, why do they suck so bad? Why are all my Megatheriums doo-doo? Please give me good Megatheriums. So, once we get these Megatheriums done, we'll probably throw out the Managarmers, get some more embryos from them. Throw out the Stegos, get more eggs from them. Throw out the Velos, get more eggs from them. We're going to be getting crazy today. Real crazy. Why the F not? And honestly, we'll probably just raise the creatures here because I can already, I've already got teleporters and stuff here, so I can bring in berries and meat and stuff like that fairly easily. I just do that. No sense in trying to raise them up on the other server. I do still need to build up. Got a lot of building up to do on the other server. So we'll need to maybe do some dust today after I get all the creatures in a good spot where they're not going to die on me. I'll maybe go do some dust runs with the Dodic and get some dust over to the other server. That'll be good. That'll be real good. Get another 20 or 30 element over there. I have also... I've lost my ability to travel around with tech legs on this server right now because all my metal is on my other server, and I accidentally brought my tech legs with me to the other server. So, oops. Oop. Throw out another Megatherium. I got mashed into the mesh by its tail. That's cool. Cool. Come on, Megatherium. Give me a good baby. Give me all the male stats. Or just really health and melee. I don't even care about the weight and stam. The weight is maybe a little important, but honestly, who cares? It's just going to be there to kill bosses. But give me the health and melee at least. Just one time. Preferably on a female so I can guarantee those two stats. Future. And I'll be a happy camper. Be a happy... Please give me good stats, please. Oh, hey, there we go. My health and my melee, and apparently my stamp on a female. That's perfect. That's exactly what I asked for. Thank you, game. We'll just have to make sure and breed that one before we take it into battle. We can guarantee its offspring and maybe get the better weight stat with it too. Although the weight of Megatheriums is generally pretty good. So I'm not too worried. Ooh yeah. And that's the Megatherium we wanted. Let's see. It doesn't actually tell me. It's gonna take 3 hours for these things to incubate? Are you kidding me right now? My goodness gracious, breeding on regular rates sucks. Oh my god. I'm so sad right now. I couldn't even imagine trying to breed on the 1x rates. Just kill me now. Oh my god. How do people do it on 1x official? Be the worst. I don't want it. Alright, this one's gonna give me another health melee female. Everything is gonna be as it should. Oh, 38 minutes until I can breed. Okay, well, that's fine. Now we need to go in here. We need to go to Managarmers. So where's my good male Managarmer? This is my good male breeder Managarmer, so we're keeping that. This baby doesn't really even matter. This baby has almost all my good stats. It doesn't have my good melee. That's fine. So this is the Managarmer with the good melee. So it breeds with that Managarmer. For sure. We have, this is our other female that has better health than our male breeder, but no other stats higher, so it breeds with the Managarmer. Then we have a female. No, the rest of these are just kind of FFAs. I should probably change their names. Then we have the one that I'm using is also a female and should also breed. Because it also has all of the stats that I want. I believe it'll be guaranteed the health and... Ooh, I don't even have any room in here to throw out Managarmers anymore, I don't think. I wonder if I can get them down here. Might have to take them outside. Take them to the... Yeah, I'll take them to the other base, actually. Throw them out and breed them over there. This'll work, and we'll just throw them into this wall so they don't fly away. I could probably get 2 of them out here. The time. Get our good breeder male first. Very nice. Thirty more seconds, and I can throw out this breeder male. Am I going to be able to get two mana garmers up here? I think maybe actually I won't. I don't know. Maybe if I throw the other one right here, it'll be okay. Maybe it'll fall off the cliff and die. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Oh, this mana garmer's got plant carrier. Shoot. I didn't realize this was an imprint. Look at those. Fucking crazy traps, dude. Look at how muscular I am. I have so many muscles. Probably gonna have a little trouble actually maneuvering up here once I throw out this second. Guess if I get back far, ooh, that was scary. I guess if I get back far enough, it'll be okay. I think we're gonna be alright. Maybe we're gonna die. Who really knows? Nobody knows. I want to throw out my managarmers. Yeah, so anyway, in light of the fact that the Dreadmare is stupid OP for being able to carry around creatures for farming, I might be breaking down and getting the Dreadmare DLC. I really don't want to. Very much upsets me. But how are you supposed to not? What's really going to upset me is eventually they're going to nerf the Dreadmare so that that doesn't happen. Um, and the weight of the items inside of the creature are going to eventually be a part of the weight that you have to carry. But even so, with things like mineral bearing and stuff like that, that shouldn't be an issue. And the Dreadmare is just so obscenely fast. Um, the only way I could see to fix it is if they actually went ahead and made it so that your creature drops everything that they're carrying if you cryo them with the Dreadmare, which I think is the way it should always have been. I don't know why. I mean, that's what I would have expected to happen. I would have never even thought to try because I would have just assumed. But I don't know. Don't know. Not terribly happy about the whole situation. All right, so from this one, we want 6k health, we want 1300 stam, and then we want 331 melee, 319. And I'll take 546 8 too. I think that's, yeah, that's what this is. And it bumps up to 655. So we just want the melee from this one and everything else from the other creature. Well, actually, we have the health, stam, and weight on this one already. So we're guaranteed health, stam, weight. So we just want melee off of here. And that'll be perfect. Yo, what up, Zoot? How are you today? Got something crazy to show you when I get back to base here in a little while. Got like the most OP Ascendant flak leggings from the Tinker table you've ever seen in your life. It's cray cray. Switching up your daily flyer. Hey, what's up, Party Wizard? I might be getting a magical pony, Party Wizard. No, I'm not switching up the daily flyer. I'm just doing some breeding today. Today's gonna be a breeding slash raising day, I think, Zoo. Let's see, what are we getting here? So we of course got our stam. I think no, we didn't get our melee. We got the male's melee here, which I suppose is fine. This is another female that's gonna have some good stats. So that's just another sort of guaranteed um, good baby that we can get every time. I've only got 3 dimorph eggs right now. So we actually probably won't hatch the dimorph eggs until tomorrow because we should get 2 more rounds of breeds by tomorrow. So that'll give me 7 total. My stupid Oviraptor ate one of my eggs. It apparently doesn't work the way I thought it did. So that sucks, but whatever. Stupid dimorph. And then we want to put out this one. No, why do I even have this one here? That one's got the good melee, but it has bad weight, bad health, bad stam. I don't even know if I want to breed this one. We definitely want to breed this one though because it's got an even higher health stat. So if I can get the higher health stat on a male, then I can breed that male with this female with the higher melee stat, and then get all of my best stats, hopefully on a male creature, and breed it out. Yeah, I don't know, Party Wizard. I might just have to break down and get the Dreadmare. It might be a thing. Are you renaming breed M, breed F? Well, I've got the male breeder renamed. The females, I just kind of know based on their stats which ones I want to use, at least for right now, because I'm still using them because I don't have a ton of good mana garmers yet. Eventually, they'll get named and stuff, but since I'm only one person, so Nadi, I watched a video this morning about people using the Dreadmare for farming because it's got its little black hole cryo thing. But it looks like the creature gets to keep its inventory when it gets cryoed that way. So you can take creatures that gather resources and just cryo them up with the Dreadmare and fly them home. And the Dreadmare's like the fastest creature right now. So it basically gets infinite carry weight. And you can just black hole it, which is insane for farming because it's just based on the drag weight of the creature that you're cryoing. Now, there is a cryo timer, so you will need exactly, you can just black hole a fully loaded Anki. So there is a timer, and um, you will need the good bonuses, uh, like the bearer bonuses, so that your Anki or whatever can just run around and farm up resources, or your mammoth can just run around and farm up resources. But right now, I think it works best for the mammoth because the mammoth has such good weight already. It can kind of just run around and fill itself up. So you get a mammoth with a little bit of plant bearing, and you should be able to load up the mammoth all the way and then just suck the mammoth into the black hole and take off. The Anki and the Doed might not work nearly as well until you get exactly Party Wizard. They are just trying to make them too good to not use. It upsets me, but also, well, so my big concern is that they're going to make it stupid OP and then they're going to nerf it after it's been out for a while, like they did the Pyro main, which, I mean, I guess the Pyro main is still kind of OP, but I mean, it is a bad cost though, Zoot, because it costs it all. Um, yeah, I've gone back to my original thought for no other reason than I hate the monetization model. I just can't let myself get it. Never. It just upsets me way too much. So we're not going to do it because it pisses me off. All right. Give me a male with this health stat and all of that thing stats. You can do it. I know you can. A male, not with this health stat, not with that stamina stat. Dang. Oh well. It'll still be useful. Get two more decent embryos out of it. Honestly, I think that the game would just be better if the Dreadmare and the Pyromane just didn't exist. Alright, let's go put these embryos. I would probably get the Dreadmare when I play ASA since I like trying new dinos. Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to people buying those creatures. Right, it's your money, do whatever you want with it. But I am opposed to wildcard selling them. So it's going to take 3 hours for the Megatheriums, but it's only going to take an hour 47 minutes for the Managarmers. That's hilarious. Hey, alright, Party Wizard. Get it. Get it. Alright. Let's get some other creatures to throw out. We want our Stegos. So we have our male Stego with our good male or our good health. We have a female Stego with the good health. We have a female Stego with the good health. And we have a random male Stego that doesn't matter. I think I have one more female Stego. My good health over here. Or is it over here? Over here. Yeah, this is my original good health Stego. Gotta pay to win since it's a strong flying creature. I mean, it's not kind of. It's absolutely pay to win. It's about as pay to win as you can get. And the Pyromane is very much the same way. Pyromane is an incredibly strong creature. No, they never did that in ASE. You purchased. So, the real big thing about ASE was that when you when you didn't buy a DLC for ASE, you still had access to the DLC creatures. So if I didn't buy Genesis, but I wanted a Noglin, all I had to do was go raid a base that had a Noglin in a cryo, and I could take it. And then I could use the Noglin. And that was very, very consumer friendly. Like, holy shit, consumer friendly. And I really liked that, right? If I didn't have the DLC, I could still get all of the structures. So if someone dropped you a fertilized egg, you could still, yeah, exactly. You could still hatch it, imprint it, all of that. But you can't interact with the creatures at all if you don't have these fantastic Thames DLCs or the Bob Tall Tales DLC. You can't interact with the structures at all. You can't, I mean, you're completely barred from the DLCs on ASA unless you purchase them yourself, whether you have a tribe mate that has them or not. And so they went from this really, really consumer focused way of doing their DLCs and monetizing their game to what is possibly one of the most anti-consumer monetization strategies I've ever seen, which is fucking awful. Especially because we still have ARK 2 coming out. so, you know, I was really hopeful for ARK 2 because it was going to be an opportunity for a dev team that was really new when they made their first game to make a new game in the same genre. And you know, get a chance to maybe fix a lot of the issues that they had with this game. I just ate poop. We're gonna die. But to fix a bunch of the issues that they had when they made the first game because they didn't really know what they were doing. And then to have a similar monetization strategy as they had before would have been great. But since they've obviously stopped wanting to use that old monetization strategy, I'm very concerned that ARK 2 is going to follow the monetization strategy of ASA. And so you're just going to end up with a bunch of pay to win garbage instead of, you know, ASC but better. And that's going to be really sad because ARK 2 could have been the game, you know? Heard ARK 2 is more story, says quest based, less open world, or am I mistaken? I think you're mistaken. So there is going to be more storyline, I think, and there are going to be more things like quests and stuff. Yeah, I know I need to, but I don't care. I'm just gonna let myself die. I don't have any way to heal because I let my stupid snow owl starve to death. So but yeah, so I think there are going to be a lot more story elements. I think it's going to be more like a traditional RPG, but it's still ARK, right? You're still gonna have the open world, the building, you know, still a survival game. So I think people are seeing that they want to add story elements and RPG elements to the game. And then they're thinking that because they want to add those things, they have to take away something else. But it's not a zero-sum game, right? You can add to ARK without taking away. And I think that's what's going to happen, is we're just going to get a slightly more RPG focused. No, I live in the wastes, and I don't have my ghillie on right now. Because I'm naked. Better throw my stego out. Okay. I see how it is. You want to play games. That's fine. Get over there. Get. Go on, get. I'll go that way. What's up now, buttface? I can't jump, so I can't get back over to my ladder. Because my stupid tech turrets are in the way. That's right, Zoot. I need to show you. Check this out. So, I was working with the tinkering desk yesterday, and I put an Ascendant ghillie legs and an Ascendant castroid saddle in with an apprentice flag leg. And this is the flag leggings I got out of the tinkering table. When it first made it, it had over 900 armor, but that's way over cap, so it brought it down to cap when I pulled the BP out. But this thing is fucking ripped. Yeah, I put a Castroid saddle BP and a ghillie armor, a ghillie legs BP in with an apprentice legs BP. Yeah, you do it in the tinkering table. It's one of the, so it's Bob's Tall Tales DLC. So you have to have Bob's Tall Tales. Which again, stupid pay to win. Yeah. I mean, that's so broken. So broken. But yeah, it's this tinkering desk. Yeah, I've done a couple of things with it. It's a chance thing, so sometimes you don't get good stuff, but yeah. So you have a chance of getting any of the three things. So I got lucky, right? I could have gotten, another ghillie BP, or I could have gotten another Castroids saddle BP, and lost my flak BP. But because I had an extra flak legs, I just went ahead and risked it. And it gave me that. It is weird, but it's just any BP that goes in there. So, but, so this is how it works. We'll do a little show and tell here. I don't have any really good BPs, so we'll just throw a couple of guns and this shoddy BP in here. But there's two different things you can do, right? So it always takes three. And then you have unstable combine, which results always have quality equal to the average quality of the component blueprints, but only has a 25% chance to successfully combine. You can have a 25% chance to get a BP that is the average of these three, which means you would want like two really good ones and a shitty one, and then combine them and hope for your shitty one to go up to the average so that you can get a slightly better. Or you have stable combine, which results have quality up to the average quality of the component blueprints plus 20%, but have a quality as low as 50% of that average. So on this one, I put two really good BPs in there. Yeah, no, it doesn't show you what you might get at all. It just kind of gives you these averages. So this is, because it's an average, right? You do, when you average something, you add the two things, or you add all the pieces together and then divide by the number of pieces. So if you have two really good ones and a shitty one, then your average is actually closer to the two good ones. And so then you can get the really shitty one like all the way up to where the good ones are. And so we hit the combine button, and now it's just going to combine these three. And there we go. We got a slightly shittier shotgun BP out of it. So you can get hosed. And more often than not, you are going to get hosed. I've done lots and lots of combining, and I've gotten a couple of like slightly better things, but I haven't gotten any way, way better stuff like I did that time. That was my first really good one. So I threw out the big stego last time, so we're throwing out this stego this time. And we're breeding. I actually have pretty ridiculously good stegos. This stego here, love RNG like that with junk you would not possibly use. Yeah, absolutely. Would increasing crafting skill help there? I don't believe so, Party Wizard. I do not believe so. But I haven't even leveled up one of these stegos that started at 7,800. This was the one that I um, actually tamed. And so it's already almost to 30k health. It's not even all the way leveled. So I'm really excited to level some of these and see just how strong they might get. What do we got? 3 more minutes until this one breeds also. That's nice. Real nice. Our stego line is stupid good. 7,800 base when I imprint. Crazy. Wonder if Mind Wipe Brew then all points in crafting and test it out. But think it's just RNG of BPs used. Yeah, I think it's just RNG of BP used, and I don't want to do the Mind Wipe thing because then I have to wait 24 hours to Mind Wipe back to my existing stuff, and that would annoy me. Yeah, it's only for BPs. Let's go ahead and just grab out some ghillie here. Legs, shirt, shoes, gloves. Whip those real quick. That should keep us from dying of heat while we do all this stuff in the base. Yeah, there are just so many things on the loot table now. Right? Every time we get a new creature with a new saddle, it just adds another set of stuff that we can get. And so it's making it harder and harder to get really quality versions. Yes, an Ascendant Saddle BP that you would never use would not guaranteed help, but could possibly help. So if you put, like I did, I put an Ascendant Castroid Saddle, an Ascendant Ghillie Legs, and a Flak Legs, and I got lucky because I got the Flak Legs back. But I could have gotten another Castroid Saddle or another Ghillie Armor Legs. So, and then I would have just straight up lost my flak. So you are risking losing the item that you might actually use, but still totally worth. Or, you know, if you put it in there with a shotgun BP, you could potentially lose your shotgun BP, which is why I would only ever use spares to do it, right? You keep whatever your best one is right now, and then you use your spare to try and get a better one. And then if your spare disappears, then that's fine. But yeah, I mean, it's absolutely worth. And then you might even throw, because it's the average plus 20%, if you had like 3 apprentice BPs and you mashed them all together, you might get, like, say, a journeyman BP. So I would take any BPs that you're not planning on using and mash them together and try and tier them up slowly towards Ascendant. I would always do stable, yeah. I think that's the best one. Because just getting the average, the only reason I would maybe do the average is because you have a chance. So if you did, for example, two Ascendant and a Ramshackle, and you did the Unstable, then you would guaranteed get the average, which means your Ramshackle, if you got another piece of the Ramshackle, would guarantee go up to like Journeyman or maybe Mastercraft. So if you didn't want like a super overpriced one like I have, then you could do the Unstable, but then you only have a 25% chance of the craft working at all. And then you only have a 33% chance of that, of actually getting the BP that you want instead of one of the other two BPs that you're just throwing away. So your chance of actually getting what you want is like 8%, 8 point something percent. So you'd have to do it at least 12 times to get what you want, basically. So you'd need like 10 or 12 Ramshackle. No, my Hot Pink Gilly got damaged. I haven't gone through the effort of recoloring another one. It was just something I kind of did on a lark. I'm not like super interested in keeping the color. My boots are hot pink still. And these should be just about breeding. They are. Oh, no, it did breed. What did we get? Give me the health. Nope. Oh, that's such a terrible one. Oh my god. Rip. Well, oh well. What are you gonna do? Go cryo all these things up. Silly geese. Holy crap, it's 45 degrees outside right now. Can't even believe it. There might not be any snow tomorrow. All the snow might get washed away today. Or tonight. I guess it's already dark outside because it's already 6 o'clock. Because I'm a degenerate and I sleep all day. But I do like sleeping all day. It does make me happy. Alright, what do we got? About to have 3 eggs here. I don't have my extra cryopods. Let's go get my 2 extra cryopods. We're gonna have to do some scouting soon, too. We need to get to a scorched earth. We'll bring some C4 with us or something, so that we can definitely get transferred off of the scorched earth maps. And we'll need to see about a wyvern, so we'll need to get another good owl. And then we'll want to see about a wyvern. Then we'll want to see about doing a little scouting. Or I guess maybe we could scout on some PTs. I don't really know. Put those away. Good deal. Let's go get our eggs. 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 Alright, what do we got here? So we got 3 stego eggs. We still got a couple of PT eggs. We got 3 dimorphodon eggs. You know, I've never used a poison wyvern. I didn't really use wyverns until Crystal Isles came out, because I've just always been a shitty at this game. I'd never really raised creatures. It was always so hard because I was always, you know, living on sky quetzals and shit. So I didn't do a lot of breeding. I've done way more breeding this time than I've ever done in the past. I'm finally starting to get better at this game. It only took almost 6,000 hours for me to figure out how to play ARK. Ooh. I don't have any more grapples either. What am I gonna do without grapples? I think I got some metal in here. Yeah, I need to pull that out. We'll put this... Oop, Dodic's in the way. This is gonna be a pretty decent Dodic. We've got a couple of waste bearings, so that's a total of 4 levels in waste bearing. And 1 little mineral bearing. It's not outstanding. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be good for getting dust, which is something I'm really gonna need. Let's put this metal in here. And do I have what it takes? Make some grapples. Stone arrows and cementing paste. Okay. Put some stone arrows over there. I don't think I have any cementing paste. I'm pretty sure I took all the cementing paste to the other base. Because I've just been kind of moving stuff over there. I guess I could probably take this Ascendant Beelzebufo saddle up to the grinder. And I bet you it gives me some cementing paste. Grind that bad boy. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Grinders are the best. Now weapons, ammo, blammo. Alright, we only got 3 left. We're going to stop using these to get into the base. We're just going to start using the teleport to get into the base. I don't want to waste these last 3 grapples that we got here. We need some more bullets real quick for our babby sniper. Bullets. Whoops. Didn't wait for the whole reload thing to happen. Alright. Now, what do we want to do while we wait for these embryos? And do we want to go ahead and hatch? Let's just hatch some eggs. Oh, I know what we need to do. We're not all the way done getting eggs. Oh, we need to do some freaking... words are hard. I don't actually think that's the RG we want. I think we want this RG and this RG. Nope. That is the RG that we want. We took our good combat RG over to the other base, which was normally our male breeder. So we're going to have to use this one. Which I think also got all of my good stats except my health, maybe? Yeah, but that'll be fine. That's a good RG. We'll, breed these RGs too. Then we need our velos, and we need... goodness, we got so many things. We We definitely want to do our gas bags, because these gas bags are kind of out of control. This is one of my bred gas bags. So these are my gas bags base stats without pumping anything when they're imprinted. They have 8,500 base health and 6,900 base weight. They are pretty ridiculous. This is the shitty female, but I think I actually have a breeding pair of my good stats in here somewhere. Let's see, that's a male. Oh no, they're both males. So this is my unimprinted male, and this is the female. Okay. That sucks. So I just gotta roll the dice with the gas bags. But I do have 2 good males, and I have 1 good imprinted male. Do I want to use this one for the breeding? Probably, because I don't need, well, do I have the good oxy stat? Yes, I do. So what is this thing? This thing doesn't have the melee. Which is good. So that ultimately lowers. So we'll want to use this one for breeding. And then we'll use that gas bags. And then we've got the Lanosaurs, which are almost all male. It is crazy. I think that's the better there. So that's how we're going to breed that. Got a bunch of tappies. I don't really care about the tappies. I need to get a Daedon so I can eventually get a slow metabolism Daedon. Can't breed the Rexes anymore. I don't have a good Snow Owl to breed. This one's juvenile, so this is almost the one that I want. Actually, this might have all the stats. Probably need to finish raising this juvenile Snow Owl so I can breed it with all my females. I might have accidentally preserved my Snow Owl stats. Except for, I think, the stamina. Or the weight, I don't remember, is low. Let's see. I'm reading that Poison Wyvern is best for PvP since poison kills the rider. Yeah, so Poison Wyvern is great for PvP unless A, you suck like I do, because it's actually kind of hard to hit the rider with the poison if you're not super good, because it's a really slow moving projectile. So it's great for ambush PvP. But if the person actually knows that you're there and knows that you're poisoning, then they have a chance to get away. The other reason that the poison could potentially not work really well is because if you're wearing a gas mask, it becomes basically completely useless. Or a tech helmet also works as a gas mask. So there are some ways to just sort of completely eliminate the threat of the Poison Wyvern. Now, it does mean that you have to put a tech helmet or a gas mask on. And so you don't have as good of armor on your head. But most people don't shoot you in the head anyway, because that's hard. Yeah, Fire Wyvern is extremely good for PvP because the dot ignores armor. So lightning is probably best for killing other people's tames, and fire is probably best for killing other people. And then the poison is best for ambushing players or killing players who don't have, hazmat and stuff like that with them. And then later, if we get yes, let's eat my own corpse to regain my power. Delicious. Could end up with Kuru. Would a poison wyvern positioned near base, small entrance be effective? They have a turret mode? Absolutely. Absolutely. That would force your enemies to come in wearing tech helmets or gas masks. Buenos noches. What's up, Knight? I should speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I don't. I lived in southern New Mexico my entire life. Literally, my hometown is 45 minutes from the border of Mexico. And I have never. Oh, I'm stupid. Never learned Spanish. I can kind of understand it, like when people speak it to me, or especially if it's written. I've just been around people who spoke Spanish my entire life. And so I get a little bit of it, but learning other languages was just never really a priority for me. Just restarted, but instead using other learning methods and methods for learning languages today. About 60 words memorized / being worked on. Nice. Good for you. For you. Fire wyverns used to tame a phoenix. I need a phoenix. I've never had a phoenix before. It's like one of the few creatures I've never tamed. And I really want one. Or 2 or 10. Ooh, you know what would be crazy? Is a mineral bearing phoenix. Because one of the big limitations for phoenixes is that okay. We'll see you when you get back, Knight. One of the big limitations for phoenixes is that they can only carry so much. And so they're a little bit useless. But you could get meat bearing if you wanted your phoenix to cook you meat, or you could get mineral bearing if you wanted your phoenix to smelt your metals. it would obviously be super difficult, right? I mean, you'd have to find phoenixes, which are like a 1 in a million kind of a thing. Of course, I guess now, honestly, because we've got gene scanners, finding phoenixes is probably way easier. Hmm. Hmm. That's very interesting. I am very interested. Hmm. I think I want to do the gas bags next. Very excited about these gas bags. This is just out of control stats. I really want to go ahead and level this one up on its health, just to see. Because you're saying you're going to Scorched Earth to grab some Fire Wyvern eggs. I'm going to Scorched Earth for sure at some point. Because I need some Wyverns. Now that I have that other base, I really need. The problem with Scorched Earth is finding a Scorched Earth that isn't currently run by some tribe. And they've got like bullshit built on every single one of the obelisks, and they've got crap built everywhere where there's a teleport, a drop, so you can't ever teleport off because you just get stuck and then you have to make a new character or spend a shitload of time working up to get C4 and then blowing your way off the map. It's booty cheeks. It's all booty cheeks. The Scorched Earth map is just too small. You could bring in fast PT to get in, get out for Wyvern Nest quick, get down some sleeping bags. Oh, for sure. Getting Wyvern eggs isn't difficult. I mean, I would use an owl instead, since we have owls now. But even a shitty owl could get in and get a bunch of Wyvern eggs real quick. Alright, let's throw this thing out. Let's see. We're gonna have to do the same thing with these as we did, yeah. With the trikes. Okay, maybe go that way. And then go that way. Get under there? Yeah, you can. Look at you. Ain't you a cutie? God, they're so ugly. Love them. Alright, so we got 58 levels here. This is our base health stat with full imprint. So we base get 8,500. So let's just see what we can do here. Oh, yeah. That's a fucking soaker right there. What's up? No, I've never made them. I don't normally tame gas bags. I just saw 150 and had to get it. And ended up with kind of a good gas bags line. So, but no, I've never made the drop thing. Gas bags are just such a pain in the ass to kill and stuff that I've just always kind of left them alone. They've just been this thing that kind of exists. Yeah, the weight is pretty cracked. That's my base weight too, with 100% imprint. Yeah, no, you could get all your stuff off if you could escape. I need to learn to fly the gas bags really bad. They have less use when you have tech tier because it's just better to just teleport with stuff. Yeah, exactly. Suits and teleports just kind of make the gas bags not as useful, which isn't really a big deal, but I guess if you wanted to preserve your element, I mean, I'm a solo, I don't have a ton of element. I've got, well, and they're still incredible soakers. Um, so if you're doing a raid or something, right, because you've already got your gas bags there to soak, and my base weight is 6,900, right? Like I could soak a base out and then load this bad boy up and take some stuff away to my fob or something like that. Because when you're out doing a raid, you don't necessarily bring a ton of element with you unless, you're like a big tribe and you've just got all the element because you're probably on a different server than your home server. So if you bring dust, right, you're bringing only 1/5 of the amount of element you turned into dust because you only get 200 dust per element. And so there's, some significant benefits to having a soaker that can also fly, that can have huge weight, that can, whatever. So they're not totally useless, but exactly good for soaking before tech turrets, or if you soak out all the tech turrets, right? Because tech turrets soak way faster than like heavy turrets, right? Um, so maybe you can soak out all the tech turrets with a stego, and then roll in your gas bags, or if you can find a position where your gas bags is being shot into a wall instead of being shot like off a ledge or something, you might be okay with soaking with the gas bags. There's a bunch of different potential uses, but yeah, gas bags are good little creatures. They're good to have because you might run into situations where they're extremely valuable. And so just having a couple that are, leveled up, healed up, whatever, I don't think hurts. They're not, the end all be all tame like stegos are, but what I'm really hoping for here is a female with my oxy stat, my health stat, and my weight stat. As long as I can get those three stats, I'm good. Exactly. When you need it, you want to have it already. And I've got some good ones. So, I'll breed them a couple of times. I'll get a couple of extras. I'll put some in weight, I'll put some in health. And then if I ever need it, then I'll have it. And if I don't, then whatever. You are one ugly motherfucker. You might be able to blow people off the edge trying to raid your center. LOS your turrets, but if they pop a rocket off, that's a trade-off. Yeah, absolutely. That would probably work. Blow people out of that crack. Where I think they would really come in handy at that center base is eventually I'm going to take over both of those and then put like some externals. Um, so, well, no. Yeah, never mind. It won't be very useful in that situation. Yeah, I don't know. They can definitely be useful for, like cliff bases and stuff like that. Just blowing people down. They're very useful in this base, actually. I could just sit a gas bags right out here, or, well, right in here, and just blow through this gap. And anybody who lands on this ledge or anything like that, just blow them off the edge. Doesn't matter. Haha. Bye bye. There's almost nothing you could do to stop that. I guess you could grapple, and then I would blow you, and you would still be grappled. And that would probably be okay. That's some interesting implication. Nope, nope, I put it on breed. Did I put this one on breed? Nope, didn't put that one on breed. I'm an idiot. What does this have? Mutable food. This one's this one's bread. Come on, give me them good stats, buddy. Give me them good stats. Let's take a look in here. Oh, that's why. What does a tech trough take? Black pearls, electronics, metal, crystal, element, poly. Man, those are expensive. Holy crap. Those are hella expensive. I need probably 5 or 6 of them, though. At some point. I still think, because of how high this is above the ground, I mean, this is just such a strong base spot. The only problem that you really have is, like people have been saying, the vehicles mesh through ceilings and stuff. And that definitely becomes an issue. But the height of this rat hole is ridiculous. Oh, we got it. Oh, it's 50 points in health. Is the health stat. My gas bags. It's a female, so we're actually going to raise this one. And hold on. I don't think any of these have pink. I might have just gotten a mutation. And if I did, it probably was a health mutation. I might have been at 48 health before. So I want to check these two and see if either of them have pink. No pink. No pink. Nope. I definitely just got mutation on my gas bags. So let's see. Can I see? It doesn't tell me on there what got mutated. But that's cool. The pink in the primary slot. And then we're going to have the blue. Yeah, 50 HP, dude. I do think that just mutated, though. I think it was 48 before. But I'm not 100% sure. We'll have to see when I can pop it in 3.5 hours. What its actual base number stat is. Whoops. I already bred this RG, right? So this RG goes back, and we pull out a Velonosaur. We did get one that had everything but our weights, or everything but our health stat. And we got one that had both our health and our melee stat. So we're pretty close to getting a couple of good Megatheriums. I tried to raise my Megatherium that had everything but my health stat yesterday, and I accidentally let it starve to death. So, whoops. But it's okay. We'll get it all taken care of today. Let's throw out our Velonosaur. Prep to throw out this Velonosaur. And I think that's everything we're raising today. Well, maybe not raising today. That's everything we're breeding today. I don't know exactly. I probably need to breed my gachas. I've got a couple of females. I think I have 3 female gachas. Yeah. Let's breed our gachas too. Let's see. This is a 163, but I've leveled it a bunch of times. Let's see if I have a good male gacha, like a high-level male gacha. There's a juvenile. It's a base 145. We want that female. We want that female. Okay. So we're probably going to use our black pearls. I think that's my highest level male. And I should probably go and look for a dust gacha as well. So much breeding. We've been doing this for 2 hours already. Holy shit. This is crazy. Hey, I just met you. And this is crazy. But here's my number. So call me maybe. I want y'all to know that I have no shame. I'll sing some Taylor Swift. I don't give no fucks. I've been talking to myself. I don't know if I'm going to be able to throw out the gotchas in here because they're so huge, but I might be able to throw them into this wall. Get a couple of them to pop out in this little headspace here. But that may not be enough room for them. I don't know. But we throw out the Lanosaur. Yes. Make me a baby Velanosaur. Yes. I don't have a ton of Velanosaurs. I do need more Velanosaurs. I don't really know what I'm going to do with them to defend my other base. I think just having a good one that I can ride and shoot is probably going to be pretty important to defending that other base. I don't know about anything else. We'll see. I don't even have to collect the egg, that's right. But I got an Oviraptor for. Booyah. Fill this bad boy up. Now this bad boy up. That girl up. Blammo. Away my Velanosaurs. Put away my Velanosaur eggs. Egg. Ooh. Did you eat my Velanosaur egg? So help me God, Oviraptor. Stop eating my eggs. How you do this? You suck, bro. You suck. Whatever. We got an RG egg. We're good. About to get another RG egg here real soon. And we're going to throw out some gotchas. It's really too bad. I don't think until I pop them out as babies that I can actually see what these gotchas are going to have for materials, which is a big womp. But we'll see. We'll see what's going down. I'm going down. I'm yelling timber. I got the weirdest song stuck in my head right now. Better move. Better dance. I don't even know who sings that song. Yeah, doesn't look like I can throw him out here. Looks like I gotta go to the other spot. Let's go to the hop. Oh, baby, let's go to the hop. Maybe just fed my black pearl gotcha while I was out here. Unfortunately, I did not bring the stone. No stone. I I think I was muted there for a minute, Naughty. Was there a mutator device in ASE? From what I remember, it used element to cause mutations. Um, no. Maybe it was a mod. Maybe it was a Genesis thing. I never got Genesis, so it's possible. I also never really bred in ASE, so yeah, I don't know. C'est possible. What you want, baby, I got it. What you need, ooh, you know I got it. All I'm asking is for a little respect. I recall having some large device down in my bird's nest coliseum, mutating Rexes, Gigas. Maybe it was the cloning device. Definitely the cloning device does not have the ability to mutate. And if it wasn't out in Genesis, if you're thinking it was out before Genesis, then it was probably a mod because it definitely didn't exist before Genesis. Boop. Hey, I didn't realize I had a green gotcha. The green grass grew all around and around, and the green grass grew all around. Mm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That sounds right. Like this super green gotcha. What does it have? Production. Ooh, this one's got blue, red, and green, as well as some crystal. I actually like this one. I think this one just has black pearls. Yeah, everything else on here is pretty much useless. But who cares? Black pearls. And then when you breed these, apparently, you get entirely random items. So you can never really know what you're going to get. But maybe get an element dust one. We'll have to pop them all out before we can find out. Ooh, this one's going to be green, though. That's something. An embryo? So the 115 is done. Let's just go ahead and pop it in here. And accidentally try and throw out the same one again. I guess you can look because it says ready to mate timer, but still. I'm a dum-dum. I'll fuck it up. S Plus Pod had nanny, hatchery, farmer, and help. Well, yeah. The nanny I thought was super cool in S Plus. I like that a lot. Very, very good. Honestly, one of the few things that I thought was really positive that Genesis brought to the game was the Maywing's ability to nurse baby creatures and to claim baby creatures using the Maywing. A lot of the breeding that I did in ASE ended up happening after Fjordor because I never owned Genesis. And then finally on Fjordor, you could get, well, I guess Lost Island, you could also get Maywings. But when I was finally able to get access to Maywings, you know, you could have the Maywing sitting up on your Quetzal and have the babies in the little pouches and stuff. So it made breeding on Quetzal's much, much easier because you could just have them in the little pouches. So I could get, 3 or 4 babies going at a time. And I mean, usually I was doing really basic stuff like trying to get an imprinted RG or an imprinted Anki or an imprinted PT or something like that. I wasn't really super big into breeding back then, but the the nursing ability and the ability to hold creatures in the saddle for the Maywing was pretty huge. I think the Maywing moved too fast, and just generally, I think it had too much utility as a transport dino, but its nursing ability, I guess Gigantoraptors actually fill that role now, yeah? Need to look into the Gigantoraptors and see exactly what they do. They may be pretty beneficial to raising up some creatures when the rates aren't boosted by an event, because not having event times or event rates is killing me right now. Got another one of my ladies here. Oop, back into the lower area. Grab a little grub here. Don't have anything. Oh, we've got RGs down here. Breed on that as well. It's only been 2 hours. I'm starting to get a little hungrier already. Might have to take our lunch break a little early. Want to get all these creatures bred up first. Actually, maybe right now is the time. Yeah, because I got a little more than 3 minutes, so let's do that. Let's go ahead and eat now while we're trying to breed up these last gotchas so we don't waste time later. So give me about 2 minutes. I'll be right back. I'm going to get some peanut butter and jelly and warmed up tacos here. Okay, I'm back. Still gotta eat them. While we're waiting, while we're eating, I'm here, so let's try and get this gotcha out. Waiting for that one. All right. S plus mutator equals force mutations when started while the animals are breeding. Switching genders on animals without breeding cooldown. Switching genders on animal without breeding. Switch between variants. Careful, it's particularly broken. Enable mating on non-breedable creatures. Give genders to non-breedable creatures. Freeze growth to get imprints. Okay. Yeah, that's very useful. I think that takes a lot out of breeding. There are some things in there that I just wouldn't use. I think um, breeding was always one of those things that it always happened um, in your base. And so it was one of those things that didn't take you out of the world, but that I still felt like kind of ruined the difficulty of the game. And that's just because you end up with such powerful creatures so quickly. And while I think it's probably good to um, maybe be able to manage your creatures a little bit while you're waiting for them to grow, maybe have something that's automatically feeding them and stuff like that. Um, I really feel like if it's too easy to get too strong of creatures, then things just kind of go away. I like to watch Syntac play, and I don't necessarily think Syntac plays badly or um, that anything that Syntac does is necessarily something that nobody should be doing. But one of the things that I think um, makes sort of the later parts of Syntax uh, theories a little less interesting is that he breeds really super crazy creatures really, really fast. It'll be, a one episode thing. He's like, okay, today we're going to breed some really cool Thylas. And then, everything breeds really fast. And sure, I mean, he's going through like hundreds of generations or 100 generations in a day to get all of his mutations up. And then he just has OP Thylas with, 60 or 70 points in melee and health and all this other stuff. I mean, it probably takes a couple of days, absolutely. But if you really wanted to, even on small trap settings, get a creature mutated up to where it had, 60 or 70 points on all relevant stats, it would take you months. And so he sort of circumvents a lot of that. And I mean, he's playing on single player or, a PvE cluster or whatever it is that he plays on. And so it's not like, everything is just super OP and he's just running around killing people. He's playing PvE. And so I don't really see any problem with it other than the fact that I just think it makes the rest of the game boring. Because as soon as you have a creature that strong, it's just done. You've just won, right? All the bosses go down, all the everything goes down. And so I think Syntax series are really good super early, right? Like the first 10 or 15 episodes of his series are usually really interesting because, he's living out of a little shack and he's getting his first Nanky and he's getting his first flyer. And he tries to prolong that for as long as possible because I think he feels the same way. The game just gets less interesting once you've gotten to that point. And I mean, it's cool to get really mutated dinos, especially on PvE, and to build some huge structures. I mean, Syntac has just built some really huge and beautiful bases. I am starving, you're right. I'm feeding my face in real life, forgetting about feeding my face in the game. Yeah, I just don't watch a ton of Syntax sort of late game series stuff. I mostly watch his really early on stuff because I feel like you get to see a lot more of what he's doing. Um, the later and later it gets, the more he like cuts and stuff like that, and just shows you, like, oh, I'm taming this creature, and then so I'm gonna go look for one. I'll cut back when I find one. Well, I don't have him switched off. He's switched on to collect them, but he prefers the fertilized eggs to the not fertilized eggs. So yes, it looks like even though he's collecting the regular eggs, he's not eating them. He's eating the fert eggs instead. Which is kind of pissing me off. No, you can tell him not to collect fert. You can tell him, so this is egg collection. So you can tell him either collect both, only collect fertilized, or only collect unfertilized, or collect none. But no, he eats based on his preferences. Which annoys me. Which is the opposite of how other creatures eat, right? Because normally, if I have regular meat in my creature will eat regular meat before prime meat or mutton. So I'm a little confused that the Oviraptor's doing it in the opposite. That's actually that's interesting. I need to look more into that. Maybe something else happened to one of the eggs. Maybe it wasn't that he ate one at all. Maybe I just fucked up and didn't get one bred, or something like that. Because that's, well, no, because he ate the Volanosaur egg too. Or maybe it just vanished. Maybe somebody else put an Oviraptor near my base and it took it. Oh. I also need to bump up his weight. Yeah, I don't even know what's going on. Something's going on with my Oviraptor. Being a little biatch. Let's see. So it's honestly pretty easy for me to get everything I need to raise all these creatures. I already have crops here. So I could actually raise a lot of creatures on my crops. They're growing really good up there. Let's throw out some eggs. Do I have enough air conditioners? One's incubating. Too hot. Stego's incubating. Surely the Dimorphodon will incubate. It will. Okay, so I can throw out the Stegos, the Dimorphodons, Pteranodons. Maybe if I can get Argies like all up inside of there. Still too hot. Alright, so I can't breed the Argies right now. Because I just don't have the stuff to make. I can't make refrigerators here anymore. Up over to the other base. So we'll probably just have to go make refrigerators over there or get some refrigerators on some other map or something. Yeah, we'll wait for those to pop as well. So we've got lots of embryos. Did I put the gotcha embryos away? Let's go make sure that I actually put them in here. Because I am stupid enough to have not done that. Okay. 3 gotchas. Our Managarmers are almost done. We actually have so many baby Managarmers. If I look in here, I've already got 3 baby Managarmers that I already need to raise. This one I'm probably not going to raise. But maybe RG that I need raising. Jeez. I got so many creatures to raise, and I've just been doing such a piss poor job of it. I need to go get a bunch of meat. I need to pull down my crops here. So let's go get my crops. Let's go do a big old fatty meat run because I've got a little bit of time before any of those eggs hatch. Crops are such a good thing to raise babies on because their food value is so much higher. Obviously, the best thing would be kibble. Pretty much everything eats basic kibble, right? So if you really wanted to go crazy, raising babies. And just do it as effectively as you possibly could. Best thing you could do for yourself would be to go ahead and get you some kibble, which is something I need to do. Like, I need to get some dodos and get a grinder. Just have dodos popping out babies into grinders. Because that'll just make kibble. But I think that I can probably raise 3 or 4 babies at a time just off of... I left this dodic all night off of just the crops I gathered last night. I think if I harvest them a little more frequently, should be able to keep this up with like 3 or 4 creatures going. This dodic is going to want its final care in 5 hours so that we can get its imprint all the way up. Blitzfire 911 mod creator has a real nice mod called Utilities Plus. Reusable bola, nice reusable flare gun, reusable grappling hook, parachute, spear, binoculars, usable torch. Yeah, stuff like that I think is a really big benefit to the game. Because those are things... Is there a reusable grapple in there? Yeah, those are things that, while they do eat into your resources, and so they do create a need to go out into the world and get more resources, they also are things that not having on you can cause a pretty significant lack of enjoyment to the game. And so I think that those are some pretty good mods to run. Identifying what mods are kind of good and fun and useful and what mods aren't is really difficult. And it's, of course, a per person sort of a thing. Well, and so some OP mods kind of have their place too, though. We had like Pugnacia and stuff like that in ASE. I don't know if they were duplicated over to ASA or not, but those mods are so difficult, right? It's almost impossible to beat those mods. And so some of the things that were a little bit OP in a more vanilla setting become sort of necessary in some other setting. So, it's really about what you're doing. How are the mods that you're using going to interact with the other mods that you're using? Stuff like that. So, all right, still incubating these pteranodon eggs. Let's go get some meat, because we need some meats. Take our Managarmer right over here. Just murk a bunch of stuff. The Managarmer's not great for getting meat, but since I got my Karchar killed, this is probably the best thing that we got. 200 meats. Oh. More meats. Killing carnos for meats. Then corrupted chalies for meats. That Spino sneak attacked me. I thought he jumped off the edge. And instead he like just went down here and then kind of came up around. What's up, Brontosauruses? Giant slaying, oxygen frail, y'all are useless. Let's see what your kiddos got though. Tell you what, I'll get a plant-bearing Brontosaurus all day. Stamina frail, that's useless. No warm. Angry. None of those are useful really at all. Spinos drop. Hella meat. Like just as much meat as the Brontos, but so much easier to kill. Bop. Oh, and my mana's got a level? Shoo. More stam. Raw meat. Drop everything else. Gas bags have almost no meat on them, which is hilarious because they're gas bags. I love that that small detail was paid attention to. Don't you eat it. Mine. Haha. Haha. Stupid corrupted Spinos. Okay. Okay. Moving away. Moving away. Sorry, I didn't read this last thing. I read it, but I didn't read it out loud and I didn't respond to it. Because I was responding to the mods thing and then I forgot. But always liked Awesome Spyglass to show how much torpor was left. And also showed skill point distribution. Yeah, so I think that was a really important thing that they added with the tech binoculars. I wish that they hadn't added it as something you could only get from the Ascension, because that makes it kind of difficult to get for, you know, solo players and stuff like that. And I would have liked to have seen it maybe as something that you could get from even maybe one of the Gamma fights instead. Because while it is an extremely strong benefit to have, it's also an extremely necessary benefit to have. So I was a little sad to see it. Not available necessarily as easily as I would like. Because it's very important to be able to know dino stats and stuff in this game. I mean, for breeding and for all kinds of stuff. You know, you got to know which creatures you want to tame, you got to know all that stuff. And the earlier you can get access to something like that, the earlier you can kind of get yourself in a competitive position. You know, I don't really worry too much about being able to see when things are going to knock out. I mean, you have the magnifying glass for that. I guess you got to get pretty close, so for Gigas, maybe it's a little difficult. But I've never really concerned myself with watching how much torpor something has. I just kind of keep shooting at things until they go to sleep. And it doesn't happen very often that I hit the creature um, after it knocks out. Every now and then I do. It's not a very common occurrence. So I'm kind of okay with it. But yeah, it is pretty important to be able to see stats, HP. HP is a big one, you know, especially taming soakers is one of the things that I think is super important at pretty much all tiers of play, no matter how high level you are or how long you've been playing on that particular wipe. And so it's fairly important, I think, to be able to see like the HP of your soaker. Right. Let's hatch this bad boy. Can I think I have to pick up my tinker desk. Thank God I can pick up the tinkering desk anytime I want. We'll get that imprinted. What do you have? You've got my medium health, my good stam, my good weight, medium melee. Makes you not great, but certainly good enough. We're gonna go back in here. We're gonna go to this one. Going to hatch that one as well. Ooh, you get the pretty colors. And you have my melee, not my stam. My weight, not my melee. Sorry, my health, not my stam. My weight, not my melee. So again, that's going to be an FFA tame. For sure. Oh, gotta set some timers and also gotta stop muting myself. Sorry. Let's do 20 minutes. And then let's do 30 minutes. That'll get us both our Dimorphodons and our Pteranodons. We're almost out of Pteranodons. So we need of those. And we're going to throw out our Managarmers here. Baby Managarmer number 1. Like that spot right there. That's a good little spot for it. We're at least going to have to imprint these 3 times, I think. Just like the Dodic. So, yeah, I mean, these are going to be multi-day raises. But as long as we get them up above 10% and get them on the trough so that I can, you know, just start doing meat runs and stuff, feeding them through the trough, we should be fine. We're probably going to have to find some interesting places to raise some things. Maybe we'll throw the RGs or the Pteranodons over here to raise. Or maybe out here next to the Oviraptor. You know, we'll have to get the Stegos will probably have to be down in here. We have so many Managarmers, honestly, we need to tame or raise all 4 or 5 of our Managarmers. Because we really need to have some throwaway FFAs for just moving around other maps and stuff. They're just so strong. We want to be able to do that in places where maybe we don't really know what's going on. So we'll get those raised. We really want to raise these Megatheriums. I'll probably not worry about the gas bags right this moment. Let's see, what else do we have in here? Got gas bags. We're going to pop these gotchas out. But that's just to see what resources they get. And then if they've got good resources, we'll raise them. If not, we'll kill them. That'll be fine, and we're definitely raising up these Megatheriums because this Megatherium here is the one that has all of the stats except the health stat. So if I can get a female with all 4 stats to go with my male with all 4 stats out of this female, that would be super nice. And honestly, let's raise the baby or the juvenile snow owl. I have a juvenile stego. It doesn't have my good, so I don't even need this stego. Because that health is atrocious. But yeah, I need this juvenile stego out. No, I cryosicked it because I'm a dumb fuck. That's fine. It'll be fine. And it's so pretty. So pretty. Need must know owl though. Check on this. All this cooked meat out of here. Throw it in the trough. Be my meaty trough. Go back out there to that Managarmer. They don't last very long. You don't stick meat in them and they get hungry. They just fucking die. But this should be just fine here. Honestly, I don't even know why I'm putting all this in here. Every now and then we'll just run by and force feed it a little bit until it wakes up. Hopefully we can get this other Managarmer in about the same spot as that one right there. Like if it'll line up right next to it. Be superb. Maybe I can throw it from here, like into the vault. Maybe that'll keep it from flying around all crazy. Oh shit. Looks like Civ 7 is coming out on February 11th. Holy crap. That's honestly kind of crazy. I played some Civ 6. I'm not terribly good at those games. Um, I prefer. So, I don't know how familiar you are with kingdom builder games like Rise of Kingdoms and Call of Dragons and stuff like that. They're extremely pay to win, and their monetization strategies are absolutely just atrocious. Ooh, nice. You went into a good spot right there. I hate them because of that, and I always just play them free to play when I play them. But they're really fun because you're always gathering up all these commanders, and there's lots of cool strategy involved. And as they've gotten more and more popular, they've actually done a pretty good job of trying to make better and better versions of the games in the genre. Like Call of Dragons is really cool, so I don't really like these sort of short-term versions like Civ where, the game's going to last a couple hours and then it'll be over. I prefer the sort of permanence of these other kingdom builder style like MMO type games. Um, yeah, so I'm really looking forward to maybe one day there will be a game like that that isn't just a pile of pay to win garbage. I would even pay like a subscription or something like that so that it didn't have to have all the pay to win mechanics. And then just play those games on a subscription model, I think would be really fun. But that will never be a thing because those games make a stupid amount the heck? Astros is ASA's first official partner DLC, set to launch on February 12th. Hang on, I gotta go look into this. Is it going to be in the official network? Okay, no, never mind. Never mind. I am slightly concerned. So, the Astreus map would be a non-canon map, like Valguero and those, and um, I hope. So I guess the thing that was so cool about those old maps when they weren't canon maps was they would come as free DLCs when they went into the official network. And so you would just have access to them. I guess maybe now, because you have so many maps with ASA when you just purchase ASA, that adding some DLCs that are paid DLCs won't really bother me. I'll probably buy the map if it comes to the official network. Mostly because I want to support the creators of the DLC. But I feel like that's something that could be and maybe should be done by Wildcard. If you want to add those maps to the official network, then compensate the mod creator, but just straight up purchase the mod and then put it out as an official map and just play it for free. But I don't know. Maybe this way it'll end up being better for the creator of the mod. My problem is that if it's better for the creator of the mod, then it's also going to bring a lot of revenue to Wildcard, which I'm not opposed to them gaining revenue, but I am opposed to them gaining revenue through practices that are pretty anti-consumer on the official network and that are different than the practices that they used to follow on the official network. So, we used to get those DLC maps for free when they were mod maps, and it looks like now we're no longer going to get those. So if they add this map to the official network, especially if they follow the same structure that they've been doing, where if you don't own the DLC, then you can't use any of the structures or creatures or anything like that, I think that'll kind of be the death knell for the official cluster, and for ASA just kind of as a whole, because you're just getting to a point where you're nickel and diming your players so much to be able to play on your official network that people will just not do it anymore, and it'll all go unofficial, and we'll use only the base maps, and that'll just kind of be it. But we'll see. See what happens. Raising some babies. We'll be looking over here on these embryos. We've got another hour. We've got, those are the Managarmer slots. We've got another 2 hours on the gotchas. Oh, is that a 3-hour gotcha? This. Oh, this is the gas bags, is 2 hours. And another 3 hours on the gotchas. Boy, howdy. This is going to be a long breed day. Goodness. Want to get all the cooked out. Put all that in here. Put some more raw meat in here. I'm going to end up needing quite a bit more meat because we're going to be raising quite a few carnivores. We've got 3 Dimorphodons, 2 Pteranodons. We've got these 2 Managarmers. We've also got 2 more Managarmers that we could pop. So, gonna be gathering the meats. Actually, we should probably go ahead and pop those other 2 Managarmers. Let's do that. Because I need some FFA Managarmers. Right now I'm kind of flying around on my best Managarmer. So maybe not the best idea. That one, and especially this male can be FFA'd because it has not my melee and not my health, or not my weight. So it can't be a replacement for my breeder. But it can be, let's see, getting out 4 Managarmers to raise in here. Gonna be a little wild. Yeah, those other 2 Managarmers are kind of in the way. So let's try open it out right. Good deal. Okay. They're gonna end up sticking their heads way out the front there, and that won't be absolutely ideal, but it'll be okay. I think for the most part they'll be safe. Hopefully they won't get out there, get in the way too much. Gotta raise these Managarmers though. Don't have a Managarmer over on my other base, on my other map. I want to bring a couple over there. I'm really excited to pop out this gas bags because I think I got a mutation on it. Because it's got 50 HP. Which is baller. And it's got that pink... Oh, I got a timer done here. Which means my Dimorphodon should be popping soon. A couple more minutes. Spend a little more time dealing with these. I want to pick all those Dimorphodon eggs up right before they pop, because I don't want to pop them all at the same time. I want to pop them one at a time. That'll just be easier. I'm excited to hopefully get some females, my new male stats, because when we were over getting traits for our Dimorphodons, we got a new male that had way better health and way better melee. So now our females don't have our good stats. So I am hopeful to get a couple of females. Maybe I'll get some twins or something. Be great to get some twin females with the good stats. I'll keep using the females that we're currently using for breeders as breeders, because their stats are pretty close, and even if I don't get the good stats, we can still FFA those creatures. I think they'll still be viable options. What percentage are we at? Ooh, we're not even to 1% yet. Jeez. And it's been 22 minutes. Oh, these things are going to take forever. Oh, I should have raised these earlier. Oh, I'm so stupid. Oh well. All right, we got a minute here. We're going to pick them up in about 10 seconds. Really miss the egg incubator from Genesis a lot. I loved being able to see creature stats and stuff before you hatched them. I really wish that, they brought the embryo thing in. I wish that they would have brought the egg incubator in too at the same time. Just such a valuable thing. Right. That bad boy out. Let it hatch. Give me a good female Dimorphodon. Come on. It is a female. It does not have my good... Nope, neither of those are the good stats. It got all of its mother's stats. That's fine. We're going to get it to follow me. We are still going to raise it. Put some meat in it. Let's throw out the other one right here. Love the hatchery and S Plus that would gather dropped eggs and incubate them right before they hatch so you could drop eggs. Yeah. I agree. The hatchery and S Plus was a big deal. Ooh, this one might have the stats that I'm looking for, and it's a female. It has my health, it has my melee. It doesn't have the weight. That's fine. That's not important. Good deal. One to follow me. Then we'll throw one last egg. So now we have guaranteed on our new best line if we keep this one alive. So very important. We do not let this creature die. Gotta keep it fit. And 214 Dimorphodon might also have the stats. It has the health. It does not have the melee, but it is a female. That's good. We will also get it to follow me, and let's just bring these over this way. They don't take up a ton of room, so I'll probably just put them in this corner over here. Actually, I need to get them following shortest tether. Following on the shortest tether. Yeah, for the Dimorphodons I did, instead of 825 health, it has 1125 health. And instead of 331 melee, it has 348 melee. So I found a new breeder male for my Dimorphodons. And now I have one female that also has those stats. So we are going to be able to guarantee those good stats, which is fucking fabulous. Can they not? Okay, they can. I was about to say, can they not get over the foundation there? Come on. Push. Push. They're so freaking adorable when they're little. Oh my god, I love them. Fucking love Dimorphodon, dude. Alright, let's go feed our Managarmers. We definitely don't want these buddies dying on us. Oh, and we still have a Managarmer baby to throw out. Shoot. Lamb. Or Managarmers. That one ate all its food. Alright. Somebody's hungry. If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Putting on the Ritz. Different types who wear a day coat and with striped or cutaway coat, perfect fits. Putting on the Ritz. Couple more minutes here. Let's go check on these. Let's take the meat out, put the meat back in. Probably eat, yeah. There's something weird going on with babies right now. They just don't seem to eat normally. You have to like take the food out, put the food back in, and then they'll eat a bunch. So like as their food increases, they don't automatically eat when they're babies. I don't know. It's funky. Yeah, these things are already at 0.5, 0.6%. So we're still going to probably be able to mature these all the way in a single day. Which is awesome. Because the rest of these creatures we're raising are going to be a friggin' nightmare. That one ate all its food already. Very nice. Yep, I sure am. Um, so I love the crafting skill potion mod. I think it's a great mod. I don't really mind wipe tonics, um, because resetting your stats can be fun. The thing that I dislike about mind wipe tonics is that you have to wait to be able to use them again for 24 hours on the official network. And so if I have to wait 24 hours to use it when I'm on the official network, then that means if I decide I want to do a crafting session, I have no choice but to either A, make a crafting character, or B, that's all I'm going to do that. So I just need to wake up first thing, run the crafting session, and then, try and muddle through the rest of my day with garbage stats, maybe do breeding and stuff like that. And then, finally the next day I can get back to, uh, my regular stats. Honestly, I think it would probably be better if they would go ahead and make the mind wipe potion or mind wipe tonic an either or kind of a thing. Like, don't do my Ingrams and my stats. Let me pick if I want to do Ingrams or stats. So I don't constantly have to be resetting my Ingrams every time I use it. Would be cool. Or make two separate mind wipe potions, one for Ingrams, one for stats. I would happily go through and redo, or I would happily go ahead and use two of those if I needed to redo both my Ingrams and my stats. That wouldn't be a problem for me. What do we got going on here? We have so bad health. But that's a pretty good stamina and a pretty good melee. That health is absolute trash, though. I'm going to have to redo my Pteranodon line because I've basically lost all my Pteranodons at this point. So I need to go back out and just tame a shitload of them. What did you get? That's a good health. That's a decent stam. And that's a decent melee. So honestly, these two together could make a decent little Pteranodon line. I think their weights are both shit. Yeah, 194 and 194. So yeah, their weights are trash. But let's get you to follow on one. You to follow on one. And honestly, let's see if we can take you further back into this corner. Whoops. I think we might just leave them right here. Because I can just walk through. Nah, it's a bad spot. We'll bring them over here by these Dimorphodons. That'll be fine. Maybe get them this way. Nope, you're gonna run off the cliff. Don't run off the cliff. Okay, that's a good spot for him. And follow me. This way. Why not change you to... Oh, you're like stuck. Let me get you to come over here. Will you unstick? Nope. Okay, time to go feed a bunch of creatures. My goodness. I may have bit off more than I could chew here. Dino Painter? Oh, yeah. So that's actually a big thing on a lot of the unofficial server networks, is the Dino Painter ability. is reserved for like paying customers. So you can like pay to get premium access or whatever to the unofficial cluster. And when you do that, you can like paint your dinos. And I think that's actually a great way to monetize unofficial server clusters is giving people little abilities like that are primarily cosmetic, or even whitelists. I think are okay for unofficial server clusters to be able to monetize those clusters so that you can recoup some of those costs, maybe even make a little money, um, so that you can pay moderators and stuff like that to handle issues, even if you're just paying them a little bit, you know? But I think mods like that to allow for a little customization and a little flair are really good. I am a big fan of if you need to monetize your game, monetize it cosmetically. I paid in ARK materials for some dino colors in ASE before. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. That's one of the reasons that I care so much about having cool colored dinos is, um, if you get a male that's got the cool colors and somebody decides they want to breed those colors into their line, that's 100% something that people will trade for sure. That's why I'm so excited about, what is it? Yellow and pink. Yeah. This snow owl is super important to me because it's really, really pretty. I like it a lot. And I want all my snow owls to look just like it. Hey, this one finally woke up. And take all this meat out of you since you can get on the trough now. Do you get on the trough from here? The trough's under symbol is underneath. Okay. So that juvenile's on the trough. That's nice. Just imagine if you were the breeder for a mega tribe. It would just be your whole life. Everything that you ever did in ARK would be about breeding. I don't know if I could do it. I mean, it'd be fun. I don't know if I could do it. A lot of responsibility. Dino Plus mod is basically S Plus for ASA, but specifically just the dino things, right? It doesn't have like the structure stuff. Because S Plus was important, not just because um, it had structures that you didn't necessarily get before. It also had uh, like structure skin type stuff, I think, that you didn't have in ASE. Pieces of walls and stuff that you couldn't build. Okay. Better fridge, smith, cool. Well, that's nice. Yeah, I thought S Plus was just a great, great mod for ASE. It was one of the mods that I always added whenever I played a little bit of solo. I didn't do very much soloing. But every now and then I'd get on there just to dink around. Whenever I felt like I wanted to make content for the game, I would get on solo and like try to do 100 days. And then fail miserably at trying to do 100 days. So I never got around to recording them. I've wanted to make content for ARK for years. I can't believe I never started. Dum 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 dum. Not buildable walls and such as workstations. Okay. Yeah, I feel like there were some different types of walls or ramps or something in S Plus before, but maybe that was Primitive Plus. I don't know. I don't know. There's something. I wonder if they brought back the Primitive Plus cluster. I think a Primitive Plus small tribes would actually be a lot of fun. Always made my base starting with 6 triangle foundations and expanded with square foundations, filling with triangles. Make round tower type bases, hate square block bases. So, interestingly, if you make a circle base, you are reducing the effectiveness of your turrets. And that's why we always make block bases. Because if you look at the angle, right, draw a circle, and then from any point on that circle, the angles that that turret would actually be able to shoot are extremely limited. And so you start to really, really hurt your ability to defend your base. If you have a square base, then whenever you put a turret on a corner, it automatically can shoot two sides of that square. So 50%, or basically 180-degree coverage from the corners. Which means that if you only have 4 turrets on each corner, no matter where the enemy approaches from, there are always 2 turrets able to shoot it all the time. And so there are, if you look at like old school fortification designs, you have star forts and stuff like that from medieval times that are really, really effective focusing firepower anywhere, because your enemy sort of has to funnel in to one of those central areas. And so you can, if you have more people in a star fort, you can focus more firepower on any point of that star fort than you can, or on the walls of that star fort, I should say, than you can, like on a circle or a square fort, because you're increasing your surface area, right? Which means you can put more archers on the walls because you have more surface area. And then as your enemy comes in and tries to scale your walls or whatever, then you just have that many more archers firing down on them. But the same concepts don't necessarily work in ARK, because, you can do those things from range. You're soaking from range. And so your focused firepower on those intricate designed walls don't really do as much. And so we just make square bases. If you were playing, like, for example, Rust, where a lot more raiding happens up close and personal with the base, then you'll notice that their base designs are actually quite a bit different than ARK base designs, because there is some value to making those star shapes and stuff like that. Because it's a little more melee focused raiding than ARK is. Or melee range focused raiding, I should say. Whoa, you ate all your food. Oh, have I been skipping this Pteranodon? I might have been skipping this Pteranodon. Whew. Whew. That actually probably could be a thing with turret walls. Mm. I'm just trying to think if you made, most of the turret walls in this game are flat, and then you just place turrets all on the wall. But if you made a turret wall that was instead angled, and maybe came to a quarter wall. Um, so if the tip of each of your triangles was a quarter wall, and then so you triangled in here to a quarter wall, you triangled in here to a quarter wall, and then you had maybe a quarter wall behind as well. So it was like quarter wall, angle wall, quarter wall, angle wall, quarter wall, angle wall, quarter wall, angle wall. Could you put turrets inside each of those angles and on each of those fronts and on each of those dips so that you could ultimately put way more turrets in a much smaller area, all able to shoot into the same locations without impeding each other's vision? That's something we'll have to look at. We'll go into a single player and look at that at some point. Because that's a ton of firepower focused on an extremely small location. Because one of the biggest problems right now, I think, with a lot of smaller base locations, a lot of smaller rat holes, is that their entrances are small, but then their space is also small. So you're not getting to put a full turret tower onto one of those spots. Because you can't get a full 100 turrets in there. And so maybe if instead we could do some tricksy stuff and take up a little more depth space instead of just height and width space, we could get some more turrets in that could shoot at a more focused pace. And normally we do that with like hatch frames and stuff. But even that doesn't really work all that well. I think probably angled walls is probably the answer. I'll have to look into it. Maybe on this base location, right? We could put a wall right here. It goes all the way up. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Alright. Thankfully, we're going to be able to stop looking after these managarmers quite so intently for a while. Because they're getting further along. They're almost at 2% now. Almost been looking at them for an hour. So if every hour gives me 2% on a managarmer, which is pretty close, that's going to take 50 hours. So these things are going to have to be out for fucking days. Oh man, that's ridiculous. What have I gotten myself into? I've got a full trough of meat, but no, I do not have any more meat. I'm gonna have to go on another meat run. As long as I can get these babies up to 10%. Right, I want to get my Pteranodons and my Dimorphodons all the way up to 10. Probably not my Managarmers, because that's going to take too long. That'll take 5 hours. And I'm not going to sit in here trapped in my base for 5 hours. Once I get them up to where maybe they can hold like 2 stacks each, then I'll start going out and getting more meat. Maybe make another trough. Thankfully, this owl is on the trough, so I don't have to worry about it. Is it already? It is not already imprinted. That sucks. It's just going to want care in 8 minutes. Okay. This one's actually really pretty. With the pink and the green. I'm pretty sure it has my stats. Let's see. Yes, maybe. Yes, maybe. It'll be a good owl. I don't mind it. Most important thing, though, is that I'm not going to really have to worry about my veggie eaters. Because, for the most part, they should be okay just on what I can grow here. And I really don't like farming berries. I don't know what it is. It's literally just the same thing as every other thing that you go out and gather. But there's just something about it. I just don't like gathering berries. So, hopefully, my garden there is enough. But it's just going to be what I'll have a couple of Megatheriums and a couple of Stegos and a Dodic. So it might not be enough. Might actually have to go farm some berries too. See? Yo, what's up, Squirt? Did you find good Megatherium? Yeah, so I found a decent male Megatherium yesterday. Or the day before, whenever I was farming Megatheriums. Yeah, but I found a decent male. And I got it bred up. I found a bunch of females. And right now I have one female that's going to pop out that has my male's good health stat and good melee stat, but doesn't have its weight or stam stat, which doesn't really matter. And then I've got one female that's coming out that has all of my male stats except for health. So I'm just going to breed that and hope to get the health on a baby from that. I'll have a couple of good Megatheriums that I can take to some bosses, but it's going to take a really long time to raise them. I didn't realize how long raise times were. I got a little spoiled when we had 4.5x rates for so long with the Winter Wonderland event. Now I'm trying to raise these freaking creatures in this regular 2.5x, and holy shit. I'm going to have to imprint my Doedicurus 3 times. It's crazy. Yeah, 50 hours is crazy. And that's not even the worst. I mean, like if I was raising Gigas, these are just Managarmers. If I was raising Gigas, it'd be even more. I think it's going to be a little less than 50 hours. I think they'll hit 2% before. Yeah, it's at 2%, and we have 7 hours, 5 minutes. So yeah, it's not quite 50 hours. It'll probably be like 45 or something. It's still quite a lot. Quite a lot. I'm glad that I had already taken some time to get some stegos, and that I already have 3 stegos with my health stat. Because need them stegs. Right. Percentage are you at? 4.5%. Honestly, if I fill these back up right now, they'll probably make it all the way to 10% from about 4 without any more intervention. How many points is 1200 HP on dimorphs? I actually have no fucking clue, Knight. No fucking clue. I don't have the Ingram for the tech binos yet. I still gotta get the tech cave done. Do my ascension to get that. So, I don't know. It's pretty freaking high, I'm pretty sure. My last one had 825. My last good mail. So this mail that I brought back had like an extra 2 or 3 points in melee because it went from 331 to 348 melee. So quite a few more points there. And then it went from 825 health to 1125 health. I'm really happy about my mana line. It's not phenomenal. It's mostly like 35-ish points in the relevant stats, so it's not like outrageous. I'm pretty happy with the mana line. They're good enough, and they have good enough stats across the board that just breeding them and having them, um, they're not quite good enough to do a 25k on their own. I took out my best one to try and do a 25k, and I couldn't. And I'm pretty sure you can't take mana garmers into the bosses. Or do you mean tribute farming bosses? No, they couldn't put out enough damage. Maybe I need to up their stamina more and not worry as much about their melee. And that would be enough. Or, I don't know. But yeah, I took my really good one out and tried to do a 25k, and I just couldn't quite do it. I was able to do a yellow drop, but I wasn't able to do a 25k node. How many what's do I have? How many mana garmers do I have? Oh, I just bring the one. Yeah, Mustang's never really on anymore. I haven't seen Mustang in the chat or anything in a while. I think they got arked out. But that's okay. When Mustang comes back, we'll have 2 bases. Oh no, we were talking about the mana garmers, not the dimorphs. Zoo. But yeah, once I get these dimorphs, this dimorph line specifically, once I get some more females and start raising some males on it, I'm gonna be pretty stoked. And all 3 of these are females. We get 3 more eggs today. which is dope. And one of them has, I think two of them have the good health. That's good health, not good melee. And then we have good health, good melee. And then we have not good health, not good melee. But that's three more females, that's three more eggs. But yeah, we'll definitely be bringing dimorphs to the drops in the future on our Quetzal. I still have all of the blueprint for that Quetzal dimorph tower. I've got my Daedon. Um, so that'll be in there for them to heal on. I've gone and gotten some traits. So we've got a couple of Vampirics. We've got, a couple of Tenaciouses, I think. We've got some heavy hitters. We got some Giant Slang. Actually, I don't think we have any heavy hitting. I think we just have Giant Slang. So yeah, we got some decent traits. So we'll get some good dimorphs raised up. And bring those out to those things as well. I took one of the FFA dimorphs, one of the old males, and I put a bunch of stats. So it had 54 levels that I hadn't put in it. I didn't touch its melee at all. It stayed at 4K melee or 400% melee. And my new stat is going to be even higher than that on imprint. But at base 990, yeah, Zoot, that'll be what happened. But this had 990 health, and I put 54 points in it, and it almost made it to 4K HP, which I think is more than enough, especially if it has a vampire. So this other one is before imprint, 1125. So after imprint, it should be over 1300 HP. So it should be pretty easy to get these up to, say, like 5k HP, and then dump anything else into melee, and then just keep breeding them that way, breed for mutations. Yeah, even level 1 vamp would absolutely be great. So I probably will try and spread the traits out. I'm not 100% sure if I should try and spread the traits out so that each of the dimorphs is slightly stronger, or should I focus on just a couple of dimorphs that are going to be exceptionally strong and then let the rest of them potentially die? Because they're easy enough to replace, right? I'm going to have 5 females now, so I can easily get 5 to 10 eggs a day. So do I spread those traits out, or do I go for like a super? We'll see. We're gonna fuck with some shit. It's gonna be a good time. So I also think that playing with traits on the dimorphs is a good thing, because they're so fast to breed, and they're so fast to mutate, and they're so fast to, recoup or replenish if you get them killed. They raise quickly, they're really easy to handle, they don't take up a lot of space. So, there's lots of them. You can always go get more traits. It would be weird to like start off learning about traits with like gigas, and then you get your vampiric giga killed, and maybe you can't get the trait back, and then like what are you gonna do? So yeah, wants to go on a walk with me. All right. I think I need to cryo this thing up and take it outside for a walk. I think everything has enough food. We should be fine. My stags aren't coming out for 7 more minutes, so we're good. Let's cryo this bad boy. This motherfucker is slow as shit. I almost walked off the edge. I'm so dumb sometimes. Okay, you can get your imprint anytime now. Or did you already get it and I'm just running for no reason? Oh, you already got it. Okay. I'm just an ass clown. Oh, I feel like. Oh no. I feel like I almost just yeeted myself off the side of a mountain there. I've got something I want to show you. Um, Captain Squirt, if you're still here, check out. We got to go back to the other base. I've been showing this off to everybody, but I'm so excited. So I was playing with the tinkering desk, which I have in my inventory right now. Last night at like 4 o'clock in the morning, I happened to have a couple of extra ascended blueprints for a ghillie legs and a castroid saddle. And I had an extra apprentice tier legs black BP. So I put them all in there. And I got this when I smashed them together. So that's capped armor and just outrageous freaking durability. It's super expensive. I mean, 1300, almost 1400 metal, but totally gonna be worth. Tinkering desk is fucking OP. So OP, it's not even funny. Cold hot resist is great as well, is it? I mean, that's negative heat resist. So it actually makes me more hot. Yeah, I guess the cold resist would be good. For flak, anyway. Five more minutes there. You looking bubbus? You looking good. Looking real good. How are these dimorphs looking? Oh, they actually went through quite a bit more food than I expected. Goodness gracious, we're gonna need so much more meat. Oh, this is so silly. Okay. Okay. Two and a half percent here. We can throw our owl out again now. Good deal. Back out there, buddy. I've actually gotten really lucky with my Dodic. It's wanted a hand-fed mejoberry and a hand-fed meat for its 2 imprints so far. Hopefully, that continues to be the way it goes. Can I, like, whip you back into... Shit. That wasn't exactly what I wanted. Hopefully I still only have to imprint these Dimorphodons once. I think so. But I'm not 100%. Let's take a look. We've gotten 6% in less than an hour. We're probably going to get 7% in an hour. So 8 times 7 is more than 50%. Yeah, so I'll only be able to care for them once. That'll be nice. And then it'll take less than 16 hours for them to raise all the way up. So first thing tomorrow, I'll be able to get a whole hatch of new eggs in if I want. That'll probably need to start being something I do first thing in the mornings, for the Dimorph army specifically. Is just hatch out the eggs and then spend an hour caring for them. Maybe that's something I can do before I start the stream. And then I'll be online. I can, like, you know, get them meat and stuff as I need. We definitely need to be putting in work on this Dimorph army. Time to see if ASA works. Hey, good luck, Party Wizard. I'm looking forward to you being able to get on. ASA is so much fun. Anchoring desk. Still got all sorts of hot pinkness. At least one of my Pteranodons. I still got my other hot pink Pteranodon at the other base. So, if I have a G-Portal server, can I set up as a cluster with multiple maps? Or do I need a new server per map? So, you would need a new server per map if you wanted to be able to use multiple maps at one time. I think you can just sort of switch the map whenever you want. But I don't know if you would be able to play... Oh, I heard a click. We got babies. Oh god, we got so many babies. Imprint. 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 But I don't know if you'd be able to, like, just travel through them as you played. I think you kind of have to have one going at a time. So I don't think you could, like, hop over to the island and name a Rhini Ignatha and then hop over to Extinction and do that if you were playing solo. And for sure, if you wanted more than one of them to be active at one time, you would need completely different servers. But I've never hosted servers before, so I'm not terribly familiar with how it works or what you might need to be able to do. I've never even run a server just for myself for ARK. If I want to play solo, I just play solo on my local machine. So really don't know exactly how it would work or what limitations you might run into. Let's go get some veggies. An ASE friend had multiple servers at his house so he could transfer to a 3-map cluster, but he was very tech savvy. Yeah, so having a cluster like that at your house, if you have some extra computers, um, isn't terribly difficult, but you just have to have some extra hardware lying around in order to do it. Set these up. Apollo super close. Now they guaranteed have, yeah, they guaranteed to have 6,500 health. It's not my good melee, which is sad, but whatever. I have like 380 melee on my stegos. It's kind of stupid, honestly. You stop there. Oh, nice. Good for him. Yeah, I mean, if he's got extra hardware for stuff like that, then it would be fairly easy for him to pull down some hardware for a little bit of server action. Getting way better FPS, this might actually be playable now. So they've put out some recent updates that apparently have been improving a lot of people's FPS. So, for sure. Now is probably the time. Now get your ass over here and help me look after these babies. Just kidding. I feel like this stego might have gotten a mutation. It's got some blue that I don't remember from its parent. Let's see. Oh, no, if this one's got the blue too. Yeah, and then this one's got the purple from its parent, so no. No, these have a blue. Okay. Never mind. Have you tamed a Phaslosuchus on Scorch? Looks fun from what I saw from Syntac, the other YouTuber. I have not. I pretty much stay away from Scorched Earth because fuck people who own those maps. The tribes that own them always make them impossible to escape. So I went to Scorched. This is my second character since I started streaming because I was trying to prep a character for Extinction because I wanted to try and get the Ingrams before Extinction started. And I got trapped on a Scorched Earth server and just decided to quit and make a new character because it was too much effort to try and get off. My character wasn't even level 100 yet, so. But yeah, I kind of avoid Scorched, so I haven't even really seen the Phaslosuchus. That is something we'll definitely have to go look at, though, and get into at some point. Doubled my RAM the other day, too. GPU could still use some work, but can't upgrade that on my laptop. Hey, whatever, as long as it works. If it works, it works. Good. Playing some ARK. Think that these guys are going to make it 7.8%. Still got about 40 meats. That one's only got about 36, but that's fine. Yeah, I think they'll make it without me having to deal with them anymore. Mostly just worried about the steaks. Whip out another steg here. Follow me. No. It'd be so crazy. These things are gonna get all muddled together as they get bigger. Mod called Alpha, everything equals any tameable dino can spawn as Alpha. Ooh. Accidentally piss off an Alpha Bronto. Just get the shit smacked out of you with that tail. It would suck. It would suck a lot. Good times. Yo, we actually been playing for 4 hours. Holy crap, breeding sucks. Oh my god, I've accomplished nothing today. This is doo-doo. I don't know what this weird purple is. I don't know where it comes from. I think it's just gray, but it just looks purple in here. No, this one's different than the rest. I don't know. Through mods, which is 50 items per page. 69 pages. Wow. That's 3,450 mods. That's a lot. Do 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 do. I guess it's up to 3,450 because the 69th page might not be a full 50. Jamming J. Oh, those fours really messed me up. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Love to see those new names in there. I'm with you, Jamming J. Honestly, when I play solo, I mostly don't play mods. If I do play a mod, maybe I'll rock a stack mod or like the Auto Ingrams mod on ASE was really important because if you're just going to be playing solo, you don't want to not be able to build some of the structures and stuff like that, and you just don't get enough Ingram points. Awesome Spyglass was one I did because I like to know the stat point numbers, not just the stat value. And so I often ran that, but for the most part, I'm kind of a vanilla person myself, so I understand that. What's your favorite dinosaur, Jay? Or I guess it doesn't have to be a dinosaur, just your favorite creature. Every time you encounter a mod on official, it auto downloads, and I ended up with a ridiculous amount. Oh, you're talking about like the personal uh, cosmetic mods. Yeah, I haven't really paid attention to that. So I use NVIDIA GeForce Now to play the game, and so it doesn't actually do anything to my computer because I'm not playing on my local machine. So I haven't even looked into that. Took my transfer time from 10 seconds to like 5 minutes. Oh, that's interesting. So I think by default, I have it blocked. That's interesting. Well, I kind of want to unblock it now and see, because I imagine they'll all get undownloaded because I don't necessarily always go back to the same machine every time. So I probably won't have to deal with it. They'll probably just re-download every time I see them, which actually might be a problem and cause some stuttering and stuff. But maybe I won't do it. I don't know. That's interesting. I'll have to explore that a little. Get you to follow real close, and then you follow me. Walk your happy ass right up here. Ammo. Right. Look at all our stegos. Our stegos and our super pretty snow owl and all our mana garmers. Falling out of control over here, y'all. Your piece, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Well, that's good. That's good to know. Um, just for the community and stuff. If anybody starts having a really hard time playing the game, maybe just going through and doing a purge might be a good idea. Good deal. I think it's really cool that they did that so that you could have, some interesting cosmetic stuff and show off a little bit and maybe make your base look really cool. But if it's causing that much of a problem and bogging down people's systems that bad, then at least there's the ability to turn it off. It's nice. I think it's gonna be let's give this one a little more meats. We'll give these other two another half here. That'll be good. No, you're not supposed to pick favorites, but this one's definitely my favorite. And then that one, and then this one. This one's too light. The colors look too washed out. Score still struggles a bit, but more playable now with clouds turned off. So there's a couple of things that you should probably turn off that will make your life quite a bit easier. So these four console commands right here are the ones that I use. Turn the volumetric fog off, the volumetric cloud off, turn off the shadow quality, and then kill the grass. It's going to make the game look worse, but it runs real good, and you don't get like trapped in the grass where you can't see yourself and stuff. So I would look into console commands because you can definitely get some better performance out of the game if you're willing to sacrifice a little bit of the visual fidelity. For sure, for sure. One of the big things, I don't know. Hey, there you go, jamming Jay. Um, so if you go into your graphics here, you have things like foliage interactions and stuff that you'll probably want to turn off, this foliage and fluid interaction. Um, you've got your advanced graphics. Mine are set to high right now, but you might be able to take those. Yeah, the grass is cool in this game because you can totally just kind of hide in it. But yeah, I would just play with your settings. Maybe look up some YouTube stuff. Okay. Got it. Are all your settings and stuff still saved, or? As soon as I get these stegos into a position where they won't die on me, I have to go do another meat run. I got too many carnivores raising here. Donkulus. Oh, nice. Nope. We almost had a bad day just then. All right. I think these two PTs are probably going to get onto the trough on their own now, too. So I think I just have to worry about the Managarmers because they're slow as fuck to raise. And the Stegos, once I get the Stegos to where they can hold about a whole stack, which should be pretty soon. Then we'll bail out and go do another meat run. Then maybe we'll consider doing a berry run too. I don't really have the refrigerator space to like hold a full berry run. Maybe I could get a bunch of berries and stick them on this dough head. Or I guess I've got, if I didn't want to worry too much about the refrigerator space, I have a full vault up here that's just empty. So I could just chuck a bunch of berries in there. Whatever spoils, spoils, who cares? I don't have the resources to make a fridge on this base anymore, Naughty. I took a bunch of my electronics and poly and all that stuff over to the other map, as well as all my metal. And because I can't transport things back into this base, right now, kind of where the base is at is where the base is going to stay until transfers open. And then once I can transfer stuff back, I'll start actually just doing whatever I want over on the other base. And then if I feel like building up this base a little more, I will. Because we still have a month and 10 days or whatever. Until yeah, I moved most everything to the center. I've still got quite a bit of stuff going on over here. I've got a lot of dinos over here because I'm not quite ready to completely abandon this server. Yeah, February 28th, this server goes kapoof. So, oh, nice. Do you play Small Tribes Jamming, Jay? Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. He's gonna come find me. I'm gonna die. Oh, don't tell everybody where you live, brother. I mean, I won't come raid you, but you never know. Some of these nerds in here might come get you. I like that attitude. Like that attitude. Do you play by yourself or are you in a tribe? Oh, okay, cool, cool. Good deal. Yeah, I feel the same way about playing in a tribe. I could never do it. I've got Mustang over here who's been tribed up with me, but both of us are solo players, and we really only tribed up so that we could fall back to each other's bases if we got destroyed, and so that we could like team up for some PvE and maybe some raids and stuff. But mostly we were gonna play solo and just team up sometimes for stuff. I could never actually play in a tribe. I am not. I do not play well with others. Maybe if it was PvE and we were just having some fun. But excited to get back in and see if it still skips around enough to make me stop. Game stutter drives me nuts. Yeah, me too. Yes, Zoot, anybody playing small tribes can absolutely travel to any. So when I look in here, um, this is my tech transmitter. So it operates as like my own personal obelisk, basically. I played with these guys for like 10 plus years now. Oh, that's cool. That's real cool. But this is like my own personal obelisk inside of my base. And I can hit travel to another server. And this is a list of every small tribe server on EU, Oceania, Asia, or NA. I can travel to any one of them. They're not region locked. So I can go to Oceanic servers. I can go to EU servers. I can go to Asia servers. Whatever I want, I just have to deal with the ping because that server is in that location for better ping for players from different areas. And I can travel to any one of these. And I can bring stuff with me or any of that. It auto filters when you access from within small tribes. So only the ones that are available in the cluster when you access from inside the cluster show up. So it does do an auto filter. So if I was on the 1x official, it would only be showing me the 1x official when I accessed. Right now, all of the extinction servers, so this is only the island, the center, scorched earth, and aberration. Because the extinction servers are not open to transfers yet. So I can transfer off of extinction, and I can take dinos with me off of extinction, but I cannot bring things back to extinction. I can just bring my naked character here. Yes, I noticed considerable lag on the Oceanic server zoo, which is why it's so safe. Because if I live on an Oceanic server and all of the NA and EU players are going to experience significant lag, that's why the Oceanic servers have kind of the smallest populations, because there's just not as many people who play in that region. And so they're not going to want to, like, raiding when you're lagging is really obnoxious. So there's going to be fewer people looking to raid those servers, which is why I decided to live on one. I probably won't do very much stuff on that server. Maybe take care of some creatures or something like that, and do that. But I probably won't farm there. I won't look for PvP there, obviously, because you don't shit where you eat. If you're looking to raid there or anything like that, I'll just have my base there, have my defenses there, try and protect myself there, hopefully get attacked less frequently, and then I can extrude out from there to other places to go try and attack. Anyone who attacks me from an Oceanic or an Asia server are for sure safe from retaliation. Yeah, there you go. There you go. It is. I mean, it's a nightmare for sure. There's a good couple of seconds between when I click the button and when I actually mount my Pteranodon. It's a little obnoxious, but just for building, and for like clicking stuff in here to make stuff turn on, is perfectly fine. I'm going to show you something. Jamming for Jimmy. I don't know, or Jamming for Jay. I don't know why I think your name is Jamming Jimmy, but Jamming Jay. This maybe is going to get me in trouble because you'll want to raid me to take this, but I'm going to show it to you anyway. I went into my Tinker desk earlier, late last night at like 4 a.m. I put an Ascended Ghillie pants and an Ascended Castroid saddle and an Apprentice Blacklegs into my Tinker desk, and I got this. Originally, it was 900 armor, over 900 armor, but it went down to cap, obviously, when I pulled it out. Yes, Nutty, this server will blink out of existence on the 28th, so I gotta move everything out of there first. Yeah, no, this is like the most insane black BP I've ever had, by far. It's expensive as fuck. I mean, almost 1400 metal. But I'm like so giddy to have that. It's not even funny. But I'm afraid to make it and wear it because I'm afraid that I'll die and then somebody will see that I have super good flak like that crafted by me, and then they'll come destroy my base to take it. Yeah, yeah, it should be an easy cap. Now I just have to make a crafter, and we'll be all right. And he ate all those veggies. I'll hook you up so you have a full set of flak BPs. I'll figure something out at some point. Jamming Jay. I'm happy to make trades. If you see anything as I'm kind of wandering around in here, that I own that you would like to trade for. I am totally down for trades, but I do try to avoid the streamer benefit of people just giving you stuff. I like to earn my way, you know? So, but I am more than happy to make trades with you if you see anything you might like. Except for that Flag Legs VP, because I'm totally going to use that. Owls are just so freaking adorable. Look at that face. Alright. I think we're in a good spot now where everything's kind of got enough meat and food and stuff on its person that I can take off and go get some more meats, because we're already way down on the meat. This was full. Now we're halfway. It was more than full. Now we're halfway. We need many, much more meats. That is fair. XP, XP, XP. Rawr. The gummer, man, the gummer. This must be a high level Rex. Correct. I bet you all of these Spinos are super high level too. Megasaur. No, you ate my meat. Nice. Oh, ooh, black pearls. Ooh, piece of candy. I keep fucking it up, letting one Spino eat the other Spino. Um, How far away can you hit me with that tail? The stupid brontosaurus tail almost has as big of a range as the ice breath. Ridiculous. Okay, now I'm angry. Dilophosaur, what are you even doing? Look at me. I'm an enormous ice fox. What exactly do you think you're doing? Really need this corrupted heart stuff, but I don't know, maybe I can repair some gilly or something. Ah, crap. My whip is broken. Okay, well, we're back here. Throw everything into this vault real quick. This is turning into a bad day. Really hope that I can get my kit back. Especially... Okay, I don't have any good creatures in here. I do have my good rifle in here, though. Maybe I should throw out the rifle. Just in case. Yeah, so now I guess we die. I think I'm going to be able to get back to my body there. See. Maybe, maybe not. Can I carry everything? Yes, I can. We're good to go. Teleport. Not inside of things. Oh, nope. Everything that was on my corpse looked like it winked out of existence there. Well, that's a little too bad, but I did save the two actually important. I probably would have liked to have saved my ghillie armor there. I probably should have done that. Oh well. Looks like we're going on another meat run, though. That's what it looks like. Check on all of our creatures first. Fine. What percentage you got? 7.4. You might make it. 7.5. You're good. Those things are already on the trough. 75. Over 100. Okay, you're getting kind of close. Let's just bring some more veg. Some more meat down. gets things going a little bit. One, two, three more veg. 4 more meats. One veg. Veg. 3 veg. So is it better to cook meat for trough for better duration? Yes. It stacks bigger, so you can get more in there. And also it'll last longer that way. The absolute best way to do it is to use basic kibble and put it in a tech trough. So it's refrigerated while it's in there. And now that we have the bio grinder, having basic kibble is actually pretty easy. And I need to find a place to put down a bio grinder actually, so that I can do exactly that. Get some dodos, hatch a bunch of baby dodos, get them in the bio grinder, and make that happen. Because you get 100 food on every creature from any kibble. So just using basic kibble is really good, and kibbles do have spoil timers. So putting them in a tech trough is also really good. The same thing is true for your Daedons. So instead of just bringing a bunch of cooked meat for your Daedon, the best thing you can do for your Daedon is to bring a bunch of basic kibble. Just load your Daedon down with basic kibble. It's also lighter and stacks higher. I think you can have 100 kibble in a stack, if I'm not mistaken. The bio grinder gives you kibble for grinding up creatures. So if you grind up a dodo, it'll give you basic kibble. If you grind up a theory, I think you can grind up theories, it'll give you the master or ascended craft. Basically, whatever kibble the creature makes with its eggs, you get that kibble when you grind it up in a bio grinder. Yeah, you can't grind everything. Right? Really, really big creatures like Gigas and Brontos and stuff like that, I don't think you can grind. But definitely if for no other reason than basic kibble is like the ultimate food. And just being, if you could only grind up dodos, I think it would still be worth doing and making. Just so you could have a whole ass ton of basic kibble lying around whenever you need it. That's a pretty Spino. Was also a high level. Totally should have tamed that. What's good stam on a mana? My manas at, I think, 35 points have base 1350. How did I go about getting tech engrams? I traded. Jamming. I gave a tribe a bunch of traits and some other stuff. And then they took me through the bosses. So yeah. Before before imprint and stuff, probably like 1500 would be a really good stam on or a decent stam, I guess, on a mana garmer. Mine is a little low. Like I said, I think it's only 35 points, but it's good enough. It's the job done. As far as what you should level it up to, um, that just really kind of depends on your other stats, right? Because you're gonna want to get a little health, you're gonna want to get a little melee, you're gonna want to get a little stamina. So I would say maybe 50% of your points that you get from leveling should go into stam, and then the other maybe 30% of points go to health, and then 20% of points go to melee. And I would just, whatever that gives you is kind of the best that your particular creature is going to be. Now, if you have a really low level one, I would just put everything into stam because you want to be able to move around, and so you're just going to miss out on having extra melee and extra health. So, if you tame a level 30 or 40 or something, then I would just put everything into stam. And because a low level mana garmer with super low level stam is just kind of useless. Because you can only get like one jump, one dash before you gotta wait for your stam again. And so there's kind of a break point at about 2,500, 3,000 stam, where if you're under that, you might as well just be putting stam in because you're not going anywhere. All right, let's try and get all this stuff a little closer this time. Ooh, nice. Popo's after me. Stamina. Teleporto. So over 500 melee and rest stam and HP. Yeah, if you have over 500 melee, I would say the rest stam and HP is probably good. Again, though, it's going to be a little bit based on your creature. So if your base melee is 500 on a creature, every point in melee you put in is just so much more valuable. So I would start with stam. And I would put your first 30 points probably. Maybe 20 to 30 points. I would just put in stam. Pretty much no matter what your creature looks like, because mana garmers scale incredibly well off of stamina, because it increases the amount of time you can use your breath, which is multiplicative, or, well, I guess additive with your damage, because the longer you're breathing, the more damage you're doing. So I would always start leveling that stat, because that's what's going to give you your ability to run away. That's what's going to give you your ability to fight. All of that stuff is extremely important. after stam, I would get health. So melee is probably one of the last things I would do, because you just don't get nearly as much benefit out of doing a little more damage as you do out of having a lot more survivability. So you might as well just get the other things. Can't be breathing on anybody if you're dead. %, stam first. Hey, Jamming Jay, thanks for the follow over on Twitch. Welcome more officially to the channel. Unless you're lucky and get high pointed melee tamed mana. Even then, because so let's say you get 450% melee on your wild tamed mana, and you even actually get good stam, and that stam comes out at say 1500. If you put a point in stamina, you're gonna get another 100 to 150 stamina. So your breath is going to last that much longer. If you put a point even on 500% melee, you're only going to get maybe 10 or 15% melee. So your breath being extended is actually more valuable to your damage than your melee stat. So the only reason you're really upgrading melee at all is to reduce the overall amount of time you need to breathe on something before it dies. But the stamina has more value up to that 2500 to 3000 stam mark, because once you freeze something, you can continue to breathe on them all the way through that freeze until they naturally come out of it, and that takes about 2500 stam. So if you have 1500 stam and you start pumping melee, then you might kill things a little faster, but you're not breathing through the entirety of that safe period when the enemy is frozen. And so you're not getting the most value out of that freeze, which means you're pumping things into melee, so you're not able to travel as fast as far, and you're not able to breathe as long. So that stam up to that 3k mark is sort of the pinnacle stat that you can be putting in. And until you're at that point, you are actively getting less value out of your points. Now, once you hit that point, once things are going to break out of your cold breath, by the time you're finished, or when you still have stamina, then it's time to start putting things in melee and putting things in health, because now they're going to actually get to fight back. But up to that point, they can't fight back, so you might as well just be extending the breath so that you can do as much damage as possible through that entire point. And then once they're going to be able to break out and come and actually do something to you because there's a cooldown where you can't freeze them again, now it's time to start trying to increase survivability and speed up your kill time so that they die within that breath period. Is how I look at it. And then if you feel like you've got enough damage and you've got enough health, then you go back to stamina, because again, your stamina is directly related to how far you can go and how quickly you can get there, because your stamina gets used up super quick when you're doing your dashes. So, I mean, if I wanted to get all the way across this map without having to stop for stamina, I'd need like 6k stam on my mana. So, I think that's really important, because there are going to be times when crazy shit happens, right? Maybe you've got a tribe mate that's like, oh shit, I just got attacked. I'm halfway across the map. Well, a mana garmer can cover halfway across the map in a couple of seconds. But if I get there and I've used up all my stamina, then I might not as well have been, or I may not as well have even been there, because now I can't do shit. Like, what am I gonna do? So now you need that extra stamina for traveling into fights as well. The velo, yeah, is very much the same. So, but you have to look at, again, it's about how long do you want to be able to fire and how quickly. I think stam HP melee is absolutely what you're looking for on your mana. Melee is kind of your last thing. I actually think that I messed up in the way that I allocated points on my current mana armor. I probably should just have more stamina on it, but still pretty strong, so it's fine. Especially for things like OSDs, because I want to be able to hold breath more enemies before I run out of stam. But with the velo, the balance that you're looking for is how long can I shoot versus how long does it take me to kill things. So, yeah, and jump around to find them, for sure, for sure. You know, if you're doing base defense with your velo, then being able to shoot for a long time poses a threat that doing high damage doesn't. Because, you know, if I walk in and, you know, you have a 500 damage velo that can attack for 5 seconds and a 250 damage velo that can attack for 10 seconds, I feel more threatened by that 10-second velo because it's hitting me for longer periods. So while I'm in there soaking your bullets or whatever, you just keep firing at me and keep firing at me, keep firing at me, and I'm like, fuck, when is this velo gonna run out of stamina? Obviously that's different if you've just got it on turret mode, right? Then you just want to pump melee because you're not going to be sitting on it, so its stamina doesn't matter. Stamina only matters if you're actually on the creature. So in those cases, you're just pumping melee and HP because you want to be able to survive attacks from your enemy and you want to be able to kill your enemy's creatures quickly. But it's all very situational. And that's why it's important to have lots of different creatures too. You know, if all you have is really good melee and health velos, but you don't have any good stam velos, then when Ragnarok comes out and we've got the lava golem, what are you gonna do? Not gonna do lava golem because you need the stam. Of course, unless they change the layout to lava golem, you're not going to be able to do lava golem with a fucking Volanosaur anyway, because you can't let a cryo in there. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I bet you they change the entrance to lava golem to be larger, just all the way around. I bet you they eliminate the crouches in there so that you can bring creatures in to fight the lava golem. Which is why I think it's important to start building up lava or Volanosaurs now that have both Giant Slayer and King Slayer. Because going into Lava Golem with a Giant Slayer, King Slayer, Volanosaur is going to be fucking hilarious. Oh my goodness. So much breed. And Vamp. Absolutely, and Vamp. I still got that Vamp 3. We hanging on to that. That's going on my Lava Golem. Killer. Well, I'm gonna take that thing into the freaking dragon. I'm just gonna murk the dragon with a single Volanosaur. Just messing stuff up. I think Vamp on Volanosaurs is gonna be like OP because it is a smaller creature. It has a smaller drag weight. It's gonna get a lot of value out of it. And yeah, I don't even. Ooh, I haven't been popping my Megatheriums. I guess it hasn't been too long. Stam also for long. Absolutely. Absolutely. But only if you're sitting on it. If this Megatherium. Pick up our tinkering desk. Ammo. Look at you. You're such a cutie patootie. Catch that Megatherium. Did I get twins? I did get twins. I think these are the ones that had all the stats except the health. Or is that the health melee? Actually, that might be the health melee. That is the health melee. Okay, so I got twins on the health melee. So as soon as we get those all set. Nice. Nice. We're going to raise these up here for right now. Because I don't feel like throwing them in cryos and throwing them out. Yeah. Yeah, and that's 2 females. So I now have 2 females with my health and melee stats. They don't have my stam or my weight stat. And then this has all of my stats except my health. It has my stam, my weight, yeah. Oh, but its oxygen stat and food stat actually really low. So it didn't take any useless points at all. So mixing, oh, and I got all 3 females. This is great. Oh my goodness. Honestly, that couldn't have come out better. I got super lucky here. Oh, talking to myself again, sorry. I got so lucky on these Megatheriums, though. So lucky on these twins. I'm in such a good position to maybe be able to fight that boss tomorrow or the day after. I don't know how long it's going to take to raise the Megatheriums. I think they're probably going to be about as long as the Managarmers. So it might not be in the day after tomorrow when I finally get to try the boss on the center. I need to figure out what artifacts I need and go try and gather those up. No, these Megatheriums, oh my god, they eat so much. Stop eating all my food. They're monsters. Little piglets. This is why I got one killed the other day. I didn't feed it nearly enough. I guess I could throw some honey in there. I have honey. Let's grab up some gilly. I have a full set of gilly. I actually think I do. If you're not wearing a full set, it doesn't really matter. I guess I've got some corrupted hearts I could make. Repair that, use that. They will eat regular berries also. Naughty, yeah, for sure. Veggies just give them more food. And then honey, of course, even more. Looks like I need to eat. There. There. We need a helmet. Boots. Nope. We need a helmet. And glove. The gloves. Do I not have gloves anywhere? I do have gloves. Let's use up just all these corrupted nodules here. Repair all this ghillie. Get back into my pink ghillie. Boss. There we go. Do-doom, 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 do. That's the Pink Panther song, because I'm in the pink ghillie. In case anybody didn't pick up on that. Ba-doom, 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 ba-doom. Ba-doom, ba-doom. Right. How many honeys do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're gonna put 2 rows. In each of these. One. They have quite a bit of a spoil time. Yeah, they got an hour-long spoil time in here. That'll be fine. And then I'm gonna eat a honey too. 1 honey for me. Hopefully, that'll keep them full for a little while. Hopefully they'll eat it. We'll have to see. I assume they will. I mean, it is their kibble. Okay, having a little trouble. And I think it does give quite a bit more food. I guess we could force feed them 1 and see. We're at 1340. Now we're at 14. Yeah, so it gives about 80 food. 70 food. Something like that. So yeah, that'll be good. Let's go check on my stags again. And my manas. Looking good. Owl's looking good. Two more hours till I get to finish my imprint on my Doty. That's at 10%, so we take that out. It's on the trough now. That's at 10%, so we take that out. It's on the trough now. Nice. Back up to a full trough plus. Once all these creatures get out of baby and become juvenile, they actually start eating less too, I think. So, oh, we got all kinds of meat in here. Isn't it? Oh, meat. Yeah, look at that. Gonna be great. Look at that. I did not expect to be so bound to my base for so many hours today. I really expected to maybe spend like 2 or so hours getting the babies going and then be able to just kind of go out and do stuff. But that has not been the case today. We've been at this for 5 hours now. Yeah. Well, especially on these 2.5x rates instead of the 4.5x. Because this is not the first breeding day we've had, but our breeding days in the past have been quite a bit quicker. Because, it just doesn't take nearly as long when you have such high rates. But, I mean, that's good, I guess. Let's take some berries. We're actually growing narco berries, too. We'll need a little more of that, I think. We've got 4 slots of narco berries up here, or 4. Know what I'm talking about. So let's make sure that we harvest those. Something I haven't been doing is harvesting my berries and stuff as often as I should. I'm only doing it about once a day right now, and I really should be doing it about twice a day. But it's really nice to just get free narco berries and free tinto berries for making med brews with. The makeshift mega lab is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. All right. That's interesting. It doesn't look like they're actually eating the honey. I could probably feed them the honey. But I don't think they were going to eat it on their own. That's kind of annoying. I mean, I'm just going to feed it to them. Because whatever. I pulled it out of the beehive, so I might as well. But yeah, they definitely were not eating that honey. So we're going to have to go on a berry farm pretty hard. Because these megatheriums are destroying the food. On this mod called Better Traits, no DLC required. Combine 2 level 1 traits to make level 2 and so on. Oh, nice. I feel like it should be 3, not 2. Cool. That's good. Combine 3 level 1 traits to make a level 2 trait. And then 3 level 2 traits to make a level 3 trait. But that's for sure a good mod. The fact that there's a mod out there. Oh, nice. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. I'm really surprised that they allowed a mod that would circumvent one of their DLCs. That shocks me a lot, actually. Says this on mod page. Official permission for granting access to the gene trait system through mods without owning Bob's Tall Tales was granted by Wild. Interesting. Well, that's great. That's really great. What that means to me is that they're at least recognizing that there are some things that you really can't live without in this game. Traits being one of them. So maybe there will be more things that they allow modders to do that circumvent some of the DLCs so that you can use those DLC things on unofficial servers. Because that's really, I mean, it would be kind of obnoxious to not be able to use or to not be able to play on official. But at the very least, at least if you could play on the unofficial clusters and make use out of some of the DLC stuff, that's a little more consumer friendly and would make me very happy. Much less grumpy. We're gonna run out of refrigerator space. Ooh-wee. Look at all them mates. Let's go ahead and pull a couple of these out. I'm gonna go put a stack in each of my manas here. I need to go look at the Megatheriums again because I'm sure they've eaten all of their food. Because they're the hungriest motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. I did not expect for these Megatheriums to eat this much. Definitely explains why one of them starved to death the first time I tried to raise him last night. So it looks like these are going to take about 25 hours. Nope, sorry. 0.5%, 15 minutes. So, yeah, these are going to be actually about the exact same amount as the Manic Armors. It looks like maybe a 50-hour tame, or a 50-hour raise. So, 2 days from now, we may be able... I'm the boss, look at that. Look at all them pinks and reds. No, Wade RG is not in here. Let's find the Wade RG. Put it in here. Let's teleport over. Let's throw the Wade RG out so that we can prep to throw out our Enki, a berry run here in a little bit, because these Megatheriums are about to eat all of my fucking food. Boop. Okay. Stegos are probably going to make it. They're at 5% now. They've got over a stack each. Well, about a stack each. They're going to need a little more work. They're getting to a point where they'll just make it to where they'll eat off the trough, and then I'll just have to be worried about the manas and the megatheriums. Few hours here. And then things will be looking good. We're about to hit our 30 minutes left in our session on GeForce Now. Ugh. We're gonna have to hit our berry run fast. What are you doing to me, megatheriums? What we got going on in here? So many detonators. So silly. Stephen Arwood, thanks for the follow over on Twitch. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you today? How are you enjoying your time in ARK Extinction? So many smoke grenades. I was looking to see if maybe this stego got a mutation somewhere because it just looks different than the others. But I can kind of line up all the stats with at least one of the other ones. Yeah, I had muted myself for a minute there, Captain Squirt, because I'm an idiot. Was I muted when I said... There we go. Had a good week of fun on Extinction. I switched over to the center now. Still new to the game. Okay, so I am trying to just learn the layout of each map. Oh, nice. Are you over on single player right now learning the maps, or are you playing on one of the official clusters, or where are you playing? Yo, what up, Quizza? How are you today? Running a solo server on the island right now. Steven will be back to open the server next week if you want to join. Watching Herman has me wanting to play. On Extinction, I was on a friend's server, but for now I'm just in single player. Perfect, perfect. Um, the the burden of knowledge in ARK is deceptively large. I don't think that I lived longer than a single 24-hour period on PvP. I started pretty much always played small tribes PvP as a solo, but I think I had played for 1,000 hours before I lived more than 24 hours because the game, especially PvP, is just so brutal with other players hunting you down and killing you and blowing up your bases and stuff. There's just a lot to know about what dinos you need, where to build good bases, how to build good bases. So if you ever plan on playing PvP, knowing the maps and knowing the creatures is definitely first step, and uh, a good way to get going because there is just so much knowledge to be had about this game. So much of it is required just to survive for a little while. So I think that's a good call. Explore the maps, learn the layouts, learn where maybe some good base locations are so that you don't accidentally fly into some turrets and die, because that sucks. Yeah. And then when you're ready, get on an official cluster, have some fun. Even if you die and lose, you can always, go back to solo or whatever. This game is a heck of a lot of fun though, and it's got a lot of different ways to play. So if you decide you're not liking one of the ways, if you play PvP and you decide you just can't deal with it, don't let that drive you all the way away from the game. Because there's a lot of different things you could do. Captain Squirt, I'll give it some thought. I have a hard time committing to one place. Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with that. Signed up for the Dune beta. Hopefully I get a key. Hey, yeah, that'll be great, Quizza. For sure, for sure. Is it gonna be um is there gonna be an NDA on the beta? Do you know? Because if there's not gonna be an NDA, you better stream that shit so I can watch. Probably never play PvP. I'll only be playing PvE for a long time. Yeah, that's fine. You want to play PvE? Play PvE. There's a lot of fun to be had there. Sure, for sure. I think a majority of the player base that play this game actually do play PvE and not PvP. Yeah, you have to sign an NDA. Ah, well, that sucks. NDAs are doo-doo. Show me the game. I want to see. I want to be the very best. No one ever was. Don't ask me why I'm singing this song. 'Cause it's just what my brain does. Pokemon. get rid of these because I don't really need them. These because I don't really need them. And then boop. And then boop. And another level in weight. Ooh, so close to 3,500 weight. We'll get more berries. Berry, berry, berry. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. I know I should have like a Bronto or a Stego or something to do this with, but fuck it. Eating berries. Eating berries. Also in the middle of the wastelands is probably not the best place to be looking for vegetation, but whatevs. We're good. We're getting it. About all this stuff that I don't need. I already learned something new from you. I had no clue an Anki could farm more than stone, metal, or crystal. Early game Trike is a good berry farmer. I like Stego, Bronto too. Yeah. Yeah, so if you want to gather the berries with the Anki, Steven, you just right click and gather berries. Definitely the Trike is a good berry farmer early game. I mean, honestly, if you're super early game, Parasaur is like a godsend. Whenever I play single player, I almost always tame a Parasaur early on because they've got such good weight and they farm berries pretty good and they're just nice to have around. They fight like shit, but whatever. Um, but yeah, Anki is just such a diverse tame. You know, you can get stone, flint, metal, um, just so many different things. Been running a mammoth for berries recently. Again, um, I would absolutely rock a mammoth for berries, but that's just because again, I like things that are doing double duty, right? If you've got a mammoth, you've got a good thatch farmer, you've got a good wood farmer, and you've got a good berry farmer. So I'm totally into that. Go get some sleep. See you next stream. Yeah, Quizza. Have a good night. Hope everything goes well for you, and I hope you get in on Dune. That'll be super cool. Good luck. Use Procop for berries? You know, I have never really used a Procop for anything except cheesing bosses. I should probably um I'm on console, so I'm gonna have to see what the button is to collect berries. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it is on console. I've never actually played this game with a controller before. So, Naughty, and for the rest of you, um, just to let you know, it does say Restream Bot is who said things, but that's because I have my YouTube and my my Twitch chat's integrated. So my bot copies everything that's said on my YouTube chat over to Twitch so y'all can interact with each other. So if you look after the words Restream bot, it'll actually tell you who said that. But it's not Restream bot who said it, it's one of the YouTubers or one of the YouTube viewers who said it. In this case, it was Quizza. So you kind of can't at people across the YouTube across YouTube and Twitch because the at stuff doesn't really carry over, which is unfortunate. But at least this way y'all aren't off in your own little worlds and I'm not, reading something that some random person said that you can't see while we're trying to have a conversation about something. It is an imperfect solution, but it's the best one that I know of so far. Exactly. Look where it says YouTube name. It does clutter things up a little bit. It adds a bunch of extra BS text in there, which upsets me. And if there was a better way to integrate the two chats, I would totally use it. But as of right now, without like having to get everybody to go to a third party program, we really couldn't do it. Something I am maybe going to look for is to maybe get a Discord bot. Or I don't know, maybe there's something on Discord that I can do that will pull down all the chats. And then maybe on my Discord server, there could just be like a live stream chat channel. And maybe people could go there to chat instead, or I don't know. Something needs to be done. The way things are right now is not ideal. Look at all my berries. So many berries. Yes, Zoot, there is definitely better resolution on Twitch. I am not partnered on YouTube yet, so I can't stream to YouTube at 1080. I can only stream to YouTube at 720 right now. Which I play at 1080, so it downscales it to 720 and makes it look like absolute garbage, actually. Which upsets me enormously. As a matter of fact, I think once I hit 500 followers or 500 subs on YouTube, then I'll be able to stream in 1080. I don't think you have to get all the way to 1,000. Although you might have to get all the way to 1,000. I'm honestly not 100% sure. Okay. This is all going very poorly. And I only have 15 minutes left before I have to end my session, so we won't end stream in 15 minutes, but I do have to reset my GeForce now. 15 minutes. Let's actually take a little bit out of here and plunk it right in here. We're going to take all these up here to the cooking pot, and we're going to make some freaking med brews. Is your YouTube the same name? I'll go follow on that account. Yeah, it is. It's Survival Hermit over there as well. Thank you, Steven. Really appreciate that. That will definitely help. Yeah, there is also a link to my YouTube on this Twitch channel. That is true as well. I totally forgot about that, Nutty. Thanks. Do that? Yeah, I can. Just use it to make sure I was subbed. Nice. Y'all are fucking sweethearts, man. Making my day. Making my way downtown. That song stuck in my head again. Okay. Make me want to buy and play ASA so bad. Addiction returning. It's a good game. Um, there are significant problems, in my opinion, with their monetization strategy. So unless you're happy with predatory monetization, I actually wouldn't play ASA because of that. Their monetization is just absolute ass. I hate them for it. But if you're willing to get taken advantage of, then it's kind of worth it because it's pretty good. I like it a lot. I mean, it's ARK. ARK is fun. Need some berries for my stegos. Get them out of here. Gonna load these mothers down. Take all the berries. Oh, you can take a lot of berries, but maybe I won't load it down that much. Well, about 6 lines or 6 slots of berries. Really need a new PSU, then install 12 gigabyte 3060 on my old PC. Yeah, get it. The money for the new gaming rig that I really want. Yeah, I don't have the money for the new gaming rig I really want either. But that's okay. The 5000 series cards from Nvidia are coming out in the next year or so, I think. Sometime in 2025, if I'm not mistaken. So, the prices on the 40 series cards are going to go down. And that'll be great. Then we can get much better rigs for cheaper. Such a cutie. Look at you. Look at you go. And those owls grow slow as shit. Holy cow. Okay. I'm gonna put y'all on the black screen for just a moment here while I log out and redo my NVIDIA GeForce Now session. Been trying extremely hard to get my best friend to download the game ever since I first loaded it up. He hasn't been able to because he has a storage shortage as well. Oh, that sucks, Steven. That's funny. You see the $549 price for the 5070 with 4090 performance. I was shocked. Oh, are they already coming out? Like right now? I didn't realize the 50 series cards had come out already. NVIDIA 5000 series. Oh, okay. So they're not quite out yet. All right. Bringing y'all back in off the black screen. With any mods, you will need about 300 gigs. Yeah, you really will. From the press conference, they showed pricing. Okay. So 4090 performance out of a 5070 card. Is the 4090 more expensive than $549? Is that what was surprising you? Oh shit, I didn't realize they were that expensive. Holy crap. Yeah, I haven't built a new computer since the 20 series cards were out. And that wasn't even my computer, that was my older brother's. Whoops. And I mean, what I play on right now is a 20 series card. I think they're 2080s that runs. Lowest I see is 1287. Dang. Okay. Yeah, well, shoot. That's going to really lower the prices of some high end systems. That's great. It'll be nice to see PC gaming get back to um, its old prices a little bit, because I used to feel like, you know, when the 10 series cards came out, um, when the 10 series cards came out, I felt like you could get a whole like top end PC built for about 2 grand. And now you're looking at cards that are that expensive, which is bonkers. But if the 5070 will come out at 600 bucks, we'll kind of be back there. You'll be able to get a nice high end system for about $1,500 to $2,000. So that'll be great. I'll definitely be looking into that then. That's going to suck for people who bought 4090s though, and who were hoping to sell them to recoup some of their costs to move into the 5090s or whatever, because they're going to get hosed on prices. Because nobody's going to buy a used 4090 for more than brand new 5070 is going to be. They're going to get hosed hard. The only thing that'll stop that from happening is if there's a supply issue. And then people who are like really desperate might spend a little more than the 5070 price to get the 4090 performance, so they might buy 4090s at those prices. But scalpers actually are going to have a field day with that stuff too. That's going to be rough. Gonna be real rough. Scalping is gonna go ham when the 50 series comes out. Normally, a lot of the really bad scalping happened on some of the higher end cards and stuff too. But it's probably because those prices are so low, gonna really hit the lower end cards this time real bad. That's gonna be a bummer. Gonna be a big old bummer. I configured a top-end PC on Digital Storm for 3,770, 64 RAM, top i9, 4TB M2 storage, 165080. Wow. Yeah, but I mean that's way outside of it's way outside of reasonable right there. I mean way outside. What was the 5080 price? Because that right there probably adds an extra $500 to $1,000, yeah. So you could easily take that down quite a bit. It's also a top i9, which, again, is so far 4090 lowest for, yeah, absolutely. But a top i9's not necessary. So I think if you rock a 5070, that's $600, right? You get a good i7. You get, honestly, 32 gigs of RAM is way more than you need, even now. So there's no need for the 64 gig. I would do maybe two 16 sticks so that if you really needed to in the future, you could upgrade. But honestly, four 8 gig sticks is probably a better idea. Yeah, but now based on that price, I'm just kind of doing a little thought experiment here. Um, so yeah, you rock a 5070, you get you a decent i7. You might even go back a generation on the CPU, especially if it's a gaming rig. Going back a generation on the CPU shouldn't cause you too much problem. Two sticks is better than one stick, but no, four sticks isn't necessarily better than two. I would get the 4/8s because it's probably cheaper than getting two 16s. And then if you really wanted to upgrade to 64 in the future, then you would lose your 4/8s, but you could put those into an old computer or something like that to run as a server for a game or something like that. Yeah, you want them all the same. Make, model, speed, absolutely, for sure. Yep. What are we looking at? Still got a little. Let's go ahead and fill these up. Just put two 16s on my laptop for like $45. Oh, for real? That's crazy. Learning some PC building, so I've cobbled together some things for this old PC. I love building PCs. I think it's a lot of fun. I wish it wasn't getting so expensive to make PCs for modern gaming. The gaming hobby is just getting so outrageously expensive. And it's really unnecessary. A lot of that graphics overhead is happening because of advancements in graphics, not necessarily advancements in game design. and game mechanics. And while I love, really graphically intensive games, I love really good shadows, I love really good ambiance, all of that stuff is nice to have. It's not a need to have. And I would prefer to see games maybe tone it back a little and make gaming more accessible on PCs. Because, I mean, for example, some of the most successful games in the world are things like Counter Strike and League of Legends and, old school MMOs like WoW and Final Fantasy 14 that, they were pretty graphically stunning when they came out, but, well, at least the MMOs were. But especially for things like esports, um, those games like League of Legends and stuff have to be able to be played on like toasters because they're esports games. You need to be having the highest frame rates you possibly can, no matter what you're playing on, or you're not going to play the game. And so I would like to see more games maybe follow in some of that trajectory because that is just more important, right? Good frames, good play experience is way more important than good graphics. Your graphics should only be as good as you can still provide a quality experience to the largest number of people you can. Using 1 terabyte SSD with same SATA cable from the original HDD. Would like to upgrade to 2 terabyte at least to fit ASA and bigger games. Now I need to uninstall games to fit games I was currently playing, which is annoying. Yeah, that's a big bummer. Having to uninstall and reinstall. Oh no, it's supposed to get cold day after tomorrow. I don't want it. I don't want it. It's gonna get down to 7 degrees on Sunday. That sucks. I'm gonna be so cold. Games are big, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like ARK, for example. Hundreds of gigs of storage. Which is one of the things that I like so much about playing remotely. If NVIDIA wasn't being a bunch of dickheads and putting a cap on the amount of time that you could use the GeForce Now service, I would absolutely never ever buy another gaming rig. I would just play on remote. But because they put that cap of 100 hours, I can't stream only 100 hours. That would mean 3.5 hour streams every day. That would be ass. I mean, we're already at 6 hours today, where I wouldn't be able to stream every other day. Like, the limit started January 1st because I had already had an NVIDIA GeForce Now account for more than 6 months. I was grandfathered in for another year. But at the end of 2025, I will only get 100 hours. Which means that by the end of 2025, I have to buy a new computer. Yeah, you can pay extra, that's true. But so I stream 200 hours a month, but I play probably another 50 to 60. So I would have to pay, I think it's $3 for 15 hours. So it would cost me another $30 a month. So it would cost me about $50 a month at my current rate of use to continue using GeForce Now, which totally eliminates its value. Because now I'm paying, $600 a year instead of 120, which means that every 2 years I could buy a brand new computer at those prices. I mean, it wouldn't be a great brand new computer, but there would no longer, it's a It's a 20 series graphics card. So, based on the hardware that's actually being used on the computer that I'm playing, I could absolutely replace it every year and a half to 2 years, based on how much I would have to pay to continue using the service like I do. Which I think is excessive. I think they were already turning a pretty decent profit. And, right, exactly. Well, yeah. So the problem is that instead of being stretched out over a course or over a period of time, it's just all up front. But I suppose I could finance a gaming rig or something like that. I've never actually done that before. I usually just save up and buy my gaming rigs outright. But maybe that's what I'll have to do. Well, and so that's the thing is it was already bringing in a lot of money because the average player doesn't play like I do. Right? The average player plays 10 hours a week. And so they're getting, they bought a single gaming rig and then they rent that single rig out to like 15 people or more. And they were making $10 per person. So they were making $150 a month per rig, probably at least. So in the course of, I don't know, a year and a half, you recoup the cost. And then it's just free money, right? And they've been using the same 20 series rigs for, I don't know, 5 years now. So, you recoup the cost in 2 years, and then it's literally just money on top of money on top of money after that. So for 3 years, those rigs have just been making cash. And there's some maintenance stuff that goes into that, right? You got to pay somebody to take the rig apart every now and then. Of course, it's all in a big server, so the maintenance on it is much easier than if I was running the maintenance on it, on my personal computer. So, somebody's got to maintain that stuff. When things go down, somebody's got to repair that stuff. But again, the cost of doing that is mitigated by the number of rigs you have and by how conveniently organized they are. And so one person can take care of 200 rigs instead of, me at home by myself just taking care of my rig. And so, you've got electricity costs, but again, those electricity costs are mitigated by the fact that you're not using, one 700-watt power supply on your PC that isn't necessarily always drawing that same amount of power. You're using a larger power supply that's going to be powering, multiple of those GPUs. And that power is going to be getting utilized in a more efficient manner. So your cost of your PSU and your cost of your electricity is going to be mitigated by a lot of that. So are multiple people using each of those cloud GPUs? Absolutely. Not at the same time necessarily. But they are being used, right? If I'm not on the rig that I'm on right now, like I don't always get the same rig. It uses my cloud Steam information to log me into my Steam, but there's not like a hard drive at the NVIDIA hub or whatever that has all of my information on it. And I don't log into the same rig every time. I just log in and it picks a rig for me and it zaps over whatever data it needs to say, okay, log into this Steam account, and then I just play. But yeah, you've got wear and tear, you've got heat, but again, it's cheaper to run a really good cooling system for multiple of those rigs at a time. So they've probably got really good heat, really good cooling. So they're probably not getting nearly as much wear and tear on the rig as a regular person would if they were using the system. So they probably don't have to replace parts nearly as often. It's both. You can use it through a web browser, or you can just use it as a desktop app. I use the desktop app, but you can use your phone to get onto NVIDIA GeForce Now and play PC games on your phone if you want to through your web browser. Did I do these commands this time? I think I did, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, it looks like I did. Can't imagine the tech happens in the server room. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, NVIDIA is kind of on a whole nother level when it comes to a lot of that stuff. So you could solve my problem of storage, GPU, PSU. I might look into it since I want to play ASA now. Yeah, so um, I have always been an avid supporter. I've been using NVIDIA GeForce Now since it was free back in beta. I got accepted to their beta, and I've been using it pretty much since I got out of the Navy. I think I've been on it for about 7 years now. And there's almost zero input latency, right? I can't even notice that I'm not playing on my regular rig. When I go to the right, I look to the right. When I go to the left, I look to the left. Now, if you really wanted to be competitive, right? If you wanted to be like the best at Call of Duty, don't play it on NVIDIA GeForce Now because there is input latency. You just don't notice because it kind of like pre-fires your movements for you because it knows what you're going to do. So, like, stuff happens on your screen before it technically gets um, all the way to the game server and then back, sort of. So that can cause some issues if you're in a really high intensity situation. And so you don't want to do that. That would be no fun. But just for me, just dinking around, right? For streaming, it's great because my my game isn't being run on my local PC, so it's really easy to stream for me. So I would buy it on Steam, but do not install it. Exactly. Yeah, you don't have to install it on your local machine. My game is not installed on my local machine. Yeah, well, and I mean, there's almost none. Like, you can't tell. It is imperceptible to the human eye. It's just that the computer knows. But yeah, and if you only play 100 hours a month, then you're only spending that $10, which is incredible value, right? $120 a month. Say a rig that's rocking a 2080 video card would maybe run you around $1,200 to buy all the components brand new. Um, so you're looking at being able to play for 10 years without having to replace that rig. They already have rigs. You can pay $20 a month to use a 40 series card. I think it's a 4080 instead of the 20 series card. And instead of getting the 6 hour session I get, you get an 8 hour session. But you still get the same 100 hour limit. But you could absolutely play that way. And I mean, a 4080 series rig, you're looking at $2,000 or $3,000. So again, paying $20 a month, you're looking at $200 a year, which is, well, $240 a year, You're looking at 2,500 over the course of 10 years, which, if you were constantly upgrading your own personal PC, you're going to end up spending way more. So if you game less than 100 hours a month, it is absolutely worth it to use a remote gaming service, and then use something like a single board computer at home that has an APU. So it would be good for streaming like 1080 video, because you want to stream the game in 1080 so that you get a good picture. It only comes in at 60 frames. So it's 1080 60 frames. So you can't have like 240 frames. So getting an insanely high-end monitor isn't going to do you any good. You know, you need to get a 60 hertz 1080 gaming monitor. And, well, not gaming monitor, but 1080 60 hertz monitor, because you're not going to get any value out of anything beyond that. So you could get a nice big monitor. And then you get a nice keyboard, get a nice mouse, and a nice single board computer that uses up really, really low amounts of electricity, right? Because single board computers run at like 60 watts or something like that. And you can get a good single board computer for $500 or $600. Only plan available now is Ultimate, which is the 4080, 4K HDR, 240 frames per second. Jesus, I didn't realize you could get 4K 240 frames on the higher end. So it looks like the plan I'm on isn't even available, because I'm not on the Ultimate plan. I'm on the preferred plan. That's crazy. I didn't realize they got rid of the plan that I'm on. But I mean, I think remote gaming is something that's kind of great. I would love to see something like an MMO. So one of the big problems with modern gaming is that so many people have so many different configurations of software and hardware that making a game that runs well on all of those configurations fucking sucks. And so devs have a really hard time optimizing games, because you can't optimize for 1,000 different rigs, right? That's literally impossible. Yeah, that's the one I use. Is the preferred. But yeah, so it's really hard to optimize a game. So if you were using a cloud system like GeForce Now to run an MMO, for example, or if you could only play ARK through NVIDIA GeForce Now, then you could optimize the shit out of the game, because everybody's playing on the exact same rig. Right? So you just roll the use of NVIDIA GeForce Now into the subscription fee of the game, right? And maybe I pay $20 a month for my monthly access to Final Fantasy, 25 or whatever, and my NVIDIA GeForce Now subscription. And then I only play my MMO on this remote rig. And I didn't realize you could get a discount if you paid for the whole 6 months. That's kind of nice. Save yourself $20. But again, I can only recommend NVIDIA GeForce Now if you're never going to exceed the 100-hour limit. Because after that, the value just tanks. So if you're a casual gamer, then NVIDIA GeForce Now will give you a better quality gaming experience for an ultimately cheaper per hour price. But as soon as you start breaking, 150 to 200 hours, then that value goes away. I think we're finally to a point where all of my creatures are mostly okay until they get on the troughs. We still need way more meats. We have quite a bit of berries. We are going to need more meats. But we got quite a bit of meats too. But let's go just load up these mana armors so I can just ignore them until they're on the trough. How many stacks can you hold? 4 stacks and a little is probably plenty. The 3%. Give you another halfer. Pretty good. Yeah, no, I think I mean, just remote gaming is really nice, especially when it's done well. And that is something I will say for it. NVIDIA GeForce Now runs extraordinarily well. If you have a really good, so that's the other thing. If you don't have a really good internet service, then it also is totally useless to you because it just won't work. For example, if you play on a laptop, I would not recommend playing wirelessly while you're on your GeForce Now. You need to be able to plug straight into your internet. Really? That's interesting. Because they definitely sent out information. That audio driver. Shut up. No idea what that was. Has my audio been off at all today? Or has it basically sounded the same? Unless I'm too far in the purchase screens. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, cool. Don't know what happened then. Hey, thanks, Buddy Wizard. Alright, well, I guess it's time to get out of this cave a little bit. Let's go run some drops. Been hearing it disappear for like a few seconds at a time. That may be my Wi-Fi. Is anybody else having a similar issue where it like drops out in the middle of me saying something? Or does the game audio drop out as well? If the game audio drops out as well, then it's definitely on your end, because the notification I got was from my voice meter banana, which is what I use um, to like fix my audio, my personal audio. So just looked, the 100 limit is still there. Okay, that's what I thought. Wi-Fi in general just really hasn't kept up with modern use cases, I don't think. Um, More and more of the internet is being streamed instead of we're kind of getting away from edge computing a little bit, and a lot of stuff is now just being streamed over the internet to our machines. So Wi-Fi has not necessarily improved with the quantity of stuff that we need to be taking in. And there are also just some super older versions of Wi-Fi that if you haven't, upgraded your router or your modem or whatever that you might be working with that are just going to make life suck. Needs an update though. It still says sign up in 2024 and get unlimited. That's funny. It shouldn't say sign up in 2024 because I'm pretty sure it said you had to have been a customer for 6 months consecutive leading up to 2025. So that actually is pretty misleading. Found the limit info on the main page, 100 hours, 15-hour rollover. Yeah. So that's the other good thing is you do get a 15-hour rollover if you don't use it. Wi-Fi is bad because it's some community Wi-Fi. The trail. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, that'll definitely do it. A whole lot of people using the same Wi-Fi connection makes for some glitchy shit. But hey, you have access to the internet. And that is important. Access to information. Can't live without it. Says I'm good till January 1st, 2026 if I signed up in 2024. Oh, interesting. I could have sworn it said you had to have had it for 6 months. Don't know. Gotta sneak in there and get a plug into that gateway. There you go. There you go. Just run yourself a big old long cable. I have never played GTA 5, and especially never played it online. But I imagine it would be a little bit like riding on the back of somebody else's dyno in this game, which I have done, and it's totally a trip. Rolling down the street, smoking Indos, sipping on gin and juice. Be back. And membership must be uninterrupted for it to last until 2026. Yeah, I did know that. What are you disappointed about, Party Wizard? What's up, Gamma? Can take damage riding passenger on Rock Drake. Friend died multiple times. Gamma, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Love to see new names in there. That's pretty freaking funny. Oh, how can I not have? Because I don't play GTA 5 or GTA games in general. The only GTA I ever played was in middle school. We had a computer club, and basically, computer club was just an excuse for us to play StarCraft. And that was it. I played GTA one day, and I didn't like it, so I never played it again. Your lack of Rockstar title game experience. I mean, what can I say? On my screen, we would be driving like we're in the movie Back to the Future, driving straight into a wall and disappearing, only to pop out on the other side of the building. Oh, that's funny. Ooh, I gotta show you all something. I found probably the coolest rat hole I've ever seen. Um, it's definitely a Pelagornis spot. Sorry, I gotta check this thing out. Level 10? You suck. Um, it's definitely a Pelagornis spot. But I gotta show it to y'all. This shit is crazy. And it's fairly large. Um, it would be real tough to get in here. And I think you could get quite a bit of stuff. I think it'd probably be really good if you wanted to have a super hidden garden. You could put a huge, huge garden in here. Can't wait till transfers open for extinction. Me either, Gamma. Me either. Mostly so I can run away. Like a scaredy cat. Here we go. So this is the other end of the pipe that has a bit of a little spot over here. So yeah, this pipe, you can kind of get back in there, and there's kind of a little bit of a spot over there. And it seemed kind of interesting. But if you go inside, the other end of that pipe is right here. And it looks totally blocked. Like you can't get in there at all. But upon closer investigation, that is incorrect. And in fact, there's a fucking hole back here. But not only, so check this out, not only can you get through the top, no, I couldn't do this with a grapple. I tried to get through here on a grapple. You would definitely have to Pelagornis it, but for sure you can. Like, that's very obviously a Pelagornisable spot. But not only can you get back here, you're going to also be able to get inside these little pipes on both sides, and they've got water in the bottom. So you could get your water in here, right? You could build yourself a nice little greenhouse and grow your crops and stuff all up in here. I don't think you can barrel roll a PT through there. Naughty. I couldn't even get my person through here. This is smaller than a crouch because I came up here with a grapple and crouched and tried to like push my way through and wiggle, and I could not get through with just my character. I haven't tried a Pelagornis. I assume you could Pelagornis in here. I assume beds don't work. Um, But I think, as you know, because you've got access to the water down in the bottom of these pipes, I think this is just a great place to put a greenhouse, just a super hidden, just grow a ton of crops in here, and then just come take your crops out. Put a teleporter in here or something if you want. Just boop, crops all day. I mean, this is probably a good 3 foundations wide, at least, maybe 4. You could probably get 2 or 3 deep if you went up a little higher. So you could have a huge garden in here. Was this pipe open in Evolved? That's interesting. I don't actually remember. But I was looking for Dodicarus traits yesterday and just kind of happened on that and took a closer inspection. What are your settings? I still don't know how to make the game look like that. So the biggest thing that makes my game look like this is that I get rid of the volumetric cloud, the shadows, the volumetric fog, and the grass. So these 4 console commands are what make my game look like this. And then on my settings, on my graphics, I turn off all the things on this side. So no light bloom, no light shafts, no low light enhancements, none of this fluid foliage crap, no footprints, none of that. And disable the high level of detail. And then, I mean, I've got pretty high settings otherwise. I turn the global illumination all the way down to low. So yeah. It's mostly those 4 console commands. And it's mostly the shadows. You'll notice that there just aren't any shadows anywhere. Right? You can just see under all the trees. None of these big structures are casting shadows. That's primarily what gets you. It makes it hard to see in this game is the shadows. And that grass size scale is another important one. If you need me to go back to that screen so you can screenshot it or something, let me know. So worried about all my babies. I don't want them to die. Don't die. Y'all are almost to 10%. Hey yo, that one is 10%. Y'all that? Put this on the Megatheriums. Goodness. Almost ate everything I gave you already. Daddy, dude. Rolling down the street. Want the ray tracing to actually run well. I hope with the update to 5.5, we get the Lumen update with that. Yeah, I mean, if I had a higher end PC, I'd probably be in the same boat as you, but because I play PvP, it doesn't really matter to me. Lower graphics qualities just mean better ability to see what's going on. So I kind of have to keep my graphics qualities pretty low regardless. The 6-month performance middle tier is not sold out for $49.99. Nice. Nice. But if I was playing a bunch of single player or something, I mean, I watch um, freaking Syntac play, and he's got a pretty nice machine. And I very much like to watch the game on his streams. Okay, let's see. Let's pop this bad boy out. And, ooh, yeah, we got some pink. Let's get some Cryo here. And let's check what its base health is, because I'm fairly certain that this got a health mutation. Yeah, it's at 7150 without, and I think my other ones are 68. Or are they 7150? I'm gonna have to check it. Hang on. Let's go examine some stats here with my gas bags. So this one got the bad health. In a gas bags here, we've got a good male. Oh, I've leveled that one. Okay, no, so 7150 is my health stat. 4330 is Oxy. 4330 is Oxy. He doesn't have the good weight stat, so I couldn't check that. Oh, well, I guess a good 3540. 3540. He's got the bad melee stat at 140. Oh, I think he got a melee. 148.2. What's this melee is 287. Yeah, so this thing got a melee mutation. That's funny. Oh no. That's just the remaining. Never mind. Stam 1020, 2280, 2280, 15960, 1400, 7000. Yeah, I don't know where this mutation is, but it's dope. I like the pink. I'm into it. And it's got the good health stat, so it's totally going to be a soaker. Let's check our gotchas. Edge that one. Imprint on the gotcha. What do you get? Organic poly. I could maybe deal with that. Silk. We might actually raise that gotcha. It might be worth it to us. And it's another gotcha. You get some sap, some crystal. So the sap I might want for making veggie cakes. So we might go ahead and keep this one too. And let's pop this last one out of here. Catch that bad boy. It's all green. Tell me that the green one got Ellie dust. Nope. But another organic poly. I feel like that's definitely worth to me. Is my other organic poly... I needed to name these. Whoops. I'll name them later. Let's see, this would have been the other... So I have a male and a female for organic poly now. which honestly is kind of nice. You're gonna have to raise these, but that'll be a good deal. I can get behind that. Don't really feel like raising them right now, though. I'm a little exhausted on the whole raising creatures front. Let's look in here. I should have some baby RG, baby gas bags. Don't care about that. Baby snow owl, don't care. Actually, I do need to raise that baby snow owl. Let's look at juveniles. It's not that you limit, it's that you pick, Naughty. You pick like one of the things that they've got, and it'll produce that thing. Can't believe they didn't boost the raising rates this weekend. I mean, it's fine. We had like a whole month of increased rates. Well, it was more like 3 weeks, but still. What more could you ask for? This stego is never going to get raised. I just need to get rid of it. No. You just have to pick it. In that wheel that I was looking at to look at what they were able to produce, that's the wheel where you go to pick what they produce. And then you just feed them stone and they'll drop crystals. But I'll be right back. I need to go use the restroom real quick. Give me a second here. Yeah, so there's like a ton of stuff that goes into making gachas produce. So would you set up a gacha farm at center for continuous resource production? You ideally want multiple gachas for element dust production. Yeah, I would prefer to have two. I'd prefer to have a male and a female. So they changed gachas a little bit where they can't be happy inside of a cave, which means you can't really have a good gacha farm in a cave anymore. But just for producing element dust, I think it'll be fine. If I just have a couple of gachas in the cave, maybe they won't produce as fast, but I think it'll be all right. The big deal is that there is a way to get gachas to produce like the absolute best, where they don't necessarily produce resources, but they produce loot. So the owls drop owl pellets, and those owl pellets will give the gacha a temporary buff to the quality of the loot that they drop. Right, exactly. They get that sad, bummed out look. And then if you feed a gacha plant species Y, that's their best food. They don't produce period if it's 6x. Wow. I didn't realize they didn't produce anywhere or period. I thought they just didn't I thought they just didn't get happy. That's kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy. Mass feed snow owl. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, so then you feed the plant species Y, which I think I have a couple seeds. Yeah, which are the ones that come out of the ground like a bear trap and snag things. So you just feed them not the seeds, you actually feed them the plant species Y traps. And that's like their best food. Okay. Well, if they're going to work fine in rat holes and stuff, I actually don't think that this base is 6x. So I guess I could throw them out in here, which would be baller. I guess that's a good trade-off for not being able to use my beds in here. I have mine in underwater crouch on center. They work fine because it's all 1x. Wow. Wow. Okay. Well, let's get our black pearl gotchas out. Let's fucking see, dude. Where am I even going to throw these things out right now? I have no more room. My life is in shambles. All right, come over here. Y'all are gonna hide in that corner. I said, go in the corner. Managed to fit 31 pairs. Oh my god. Oh, underworld, not underwater. Okay. I thought you were talking about, whatever. I now know what you're talking about. 31 pairs of gotchas is insane. You must just be rolling in the element right now. That's out of control. And I mean, basically every resource, as soon as you can have gotchas like that, if you've got a big farm for plant species, like you're just set for everything. Because you'll just get all your resources from your grinders. You'll never go outside again. Takes 350k raw metal to fill them each time. Why use raw metal? Put some stone in there. Does raw metal make them produce a little faster, or? Is it just so easy to get raw metal on the center with a donkey that it doesn't matter? Oh, interesting. I didn't realize. Yeah, well, we're going to be looking into some gacha stuff. Yeah, stone is pretty much the most basic food that you can feed a gacha, for sure. Zoot. Shoot, do I have any raw metal? I don't think I do. I don't have any stone right now either. Feed them some fiber. Will they eat fiber? Let's feed them some fiber. They probably won't eat fiber. Basically a daddy of Ellie dust a day when you're being lazy with it. Wow. That's fucking crazy. 1,800 Ellie every day. Bonkers. Oh, let's get your crafting skill up here. Not that it's actually going to matter, but it does matter a little. Another 2 minutes here, and then we'll throw out this other one just to see what happens. See if they get happy. Oh my goodness, just once a oh jeez. You mean emptying the Pegomastics once a day? Or I assume you have multiple Pegomastics. That's freaking crazy, man. Kudos to you. I don't need that much element. If I could get 2 Ellie gachas, I'd probably be alright. I'm just a little solo. I don't need that much Ellie. I'm gonna come raid your base though. Sounds like you got deadies full of Ellie. I'm gonna come get you. Me and my 7,100 El Stegos to take you down. I mean, since you got 12, I'm just saying, if you wanted to throw me a daddy of Ellie, that'd be alright. We'll call it a protection fee. Just kidding. If only I was good enough at this game to extort people for resources. Okay, game. My friend's base only had like 5 pairs and they were getting like 500 a day. Yo. Yeah. I mean, if a pair is getting you 500, those must be pretty good pairs. They've got to have pretty high crafting skill. But I could do, if I could get 100 Ellie a day, I would be super stoked as a solo. So just one pair is more than enough for me. Okay. I apparently cannot get 2 gachas out in this base at the same time. In its current state. But we're going to try something. I need you to follow real close here. Come this way. Come on, buddy. You know you can do it. Or maybe you can't. But maybe they got you wiggled just enough that I can get this other one out like above you. Oh, you kind of made it. Solid chore, especially keeping it rendered 24/7. Yeah, I mean, it's a chore, but it's a chore that yields 1,800 element a day. Like, cool. That's a pain in the ass. But is it more of a pain in the ass than running endless bosses? Okay, I'm sorry. What I meant to say was 6,400 LE a day. Nope, that's wrong too. It's 68. 78? 72. 7,200. 6,800. Nope, 72. 18 and 18 is 36. Yep, 7,200. I can do math. What are you talking about? I guess that does mean you have to farm 1.4 million. Yeah, 1.4 million raw metal a day if you wanted to fill it up all those times. And that would be chore. But still. It's nice. It's nice to be able to get all of that element in your base without having without really having to risk anything, right? You take your bug and your Anki out, you go to your farm. Or your Dreadmare and your Anki or whatever it is you're farming with. You go out, you do your farm up, come back, and that's really all you're risking. Of course, I guess, since you can do bosses from the comfort of your own home, you're not really risking anything for those either. It's it's impressive how much once you get to tech tier, how much stuff you can do in your base to mitigate the risk of going outside. I really think they fucked up with the tech transmitter. I think that being able to access boss arenas from inside your base is not really good for the game. I like being able to transfer to other servers from inside your base, but I think maybe they should remove the ability. That's a hell of a donkey right there. The donkey, honestly, is pretty OP with the mineral bearings because you're going to use your donkey for metal and stone. And mineral bearing does both, so that's actually really cool. I'm going to have to look into that. I don't really like. I lived under the water. I lived in a pearl cave when the island came out. So I did a lot of underwater stuff, and I'm kind of underwatered out. Black cap and can still move. That's great. That's real great. Yo, where the F did my dung beetle go? Did my dung beetle die? I think my dung beetle might be dead. That's honestly a little sad. It took a silly amount of time to find those traits. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Oh, oh, it's under the Phiomia. Okay. Okay, we're good. Thanks, Suit. Good call on the tracking. See a tree? Eat a leaf. That's my tracking. This should be pretty close. 18 more minutes. Nice, nice, very nice. These only have 4 more hours. All right. What else can we do for a little while today? We could grab. Oh, no, I don't have a freaking gene tracker thing anymore. Shit. Yeah, I don't have the gene tracker thing anymore. I got got when my body winked out. It was on my body, and I forgot that I don't have the resources and stuff here to make another one right now. I mean, I guess I could go through the effort real quick and get it, but since I've moved so many of my resources to the other base. Yeah, I winked out earlier today. I was coming back to my base after a meat run, and I ended up stuck inside of my daddies, and my body winked out. It was a sad day. It was a very, very sad day. I don't know. Let's just go fly around and see what happens. Let's bring an actual kit. We don't have any more grapples now either. Man, my life sucks. No, we're out of metal. Let's see. You know what I bet? Got a bunch of stuff in here. Like Arthropleura saddles and these machine guns that I don't actually need or want. Keeping the donkey saddle. Don't want these. Don't want these lances. No, I'm gonna grind all this stuff. Actually, we'll keep that. We might need it for a trap. Just looking to get some resources. I need a tappy saddle. That'll be good. Bet you we get everything we need, just like this. Maybe not the electronics. That'll be the only sticking point. Perfect. Ah, crap. Doty's gonna be in the way, isn't he? Did the other one get through? It did, alright. I've actually got quite a few silica pearls. Just kind of hanging around from beaver dams and stuff, so I'll probably just make the electronics I need. Real quick. I got plenty of paste here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at all this. So good. We might even need a little bit of wood. Let's bring the wood with us too. And let's do gene scanner. What are we missing? We need a little more crystal, black pearls, and electronics. The pearls are in here. Do I seriously only have 7 black pearls? That seems wrong. Some of my black pearls must have winked out with me. It's alright, we can go get a little more black pearls. Let's do composites. What was the other thing I was missing? Was some crystal. Yeah, we can go get some crystal real quick. Did I still not grab my mana garmer? Where did I put it? No. I bet you I know what happened to it. I think I accidentally put it in the grinder. I think I grinded my good mana garmer. Oh, heavens me. Well, that's fucking annoying. Well, Dookie. What's up, Blue? I play on PC, so I play on Steam, so I play on the crossplay servers. I'm over on Small Tribes right now, an Extinction server. Also, welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. That really upsets me. Would have sworn you clicked each to transfer to grinder. Must have clicked too many. Yeah, I usually just like hold T and like spray. It's also possible that it's around here somewhere. And I just put it in something and didn't notice. I have been known to be an idiot. But I don't think that's what happened. I'm pretty sure I grinded it. Which is honestly maybe one of the funniest things that's ever happened to me. I mean, I'm pretty mad about it, but it's also hilarious. Of all of the incredibly stupid things a person could do. Yeah, I've got plenty of them. I'll be fine. Let's see. I think this 217 has the same stats. Oh, that's the male breed, never mind. Well, honestly, most of my good ones are still needing to be raised. This one's got probably the best available stats I have right now. Yeah, this will be the one. Then let's go get. Holy crap, I'm stupid. Sometimes I don't know how I make it through life. Oh, good, that one's got a saddle on it. It's convenient. Oh, I don't have any parachutes. No parachute. Alright, well, that's fine. This time I won't die. Because I have enough hit points that I can't die from a single fall. Ah. Alright, 57 levels. Let's do this thing. So first things first, we get to 3k stam. Yeah, let's do... Well, that's fine. Next thing, we get to 10k health. And next thing, put a little melee in it. Alright, this thing's gonna hang out here for just a minute while I scrape this kit together. Actually, let's go get my crystal and what was the other thing? Black pearls. A couple black pearls and some crystals so I can make this gene scanner. If you're trying to get black pearls and you're using a manic armor, don't forget that you need to kill the enemies from fairly close in order to auto pick up the black pearls. So get a little distance, hit them with the ice breath until they freeze, and then get up in there and finish them off so that if they have black pearls, you auto pick them up. There we go. That's enough. Not any corrupted. Spinos, Paracers, Rexes, Gigas, um, Reapers, any of the really big creatures like that can. But like Stegos and Dilophosaurs and those things will not. Why did I stop here? Oh, there's lampposts here. That's why I stopped here. I already miss my almost 500 or over 500 melee on my old Manic armor. I am so incredibly saddened by this turn of events. I think I need 80 crystal. There's a 10k element node right next to a Dreadnoughtus. Is this that level 10 Dreadnoughtus? It's a level 20. Yo, we might be about to tame a shitty Dreadnoughtus. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna shitty tame a shitty Dreadnoughtus just so I can friggin' have one. I think I have everything I need for grapples, but I don't even care. I was gonna make a kit, but now I'm just gonna go tame that shitty Dreadnoughtus. Because that sounds like way more fun. So let's get us an element. Oh, my Dodicarus wants care. What do you want? Ooh, a cuddle. Yeah. 100% imprinted. So let's get a couple of element. It's time to tame a dreadnoughtus. I don't even care if it freaking dies. I'm gonna run around on it after I tame it too. Shitty dreadnoughtus. This is just too good. It's right here. I think I probably have to take it down and through here. So that's probably what we'll try and do. But let's get that on there. And then let's go feed that bad boy. And then come with me, buddy. Right this way. Look at him. Look at him with his big old long neck. Freaking adorable. Come on, buddy. Everything just exploded off of this side. I hope that means that he's coming. Yeah. Dreadnoughtus. Dreadnoughtus. Does whatever a Dreadnoughtus does. It says he's got his shield, but it says it's draining super fast. Oh, but then he eats some more. Okay. There's the creatures that are supposed to attack him. They're supposed to have little, like, blue indicators on them. But I don't see nothing. Oh, I think some stuff just spawned in. Are these them? Yep, that was definitely one of them. So is it still broken? It might still be broken. I saw a video the other day where somebody was taming a Dreadnoughtus and they were talking about the creatures spawn in and they don't move. And I think that's happening again. Yeah, it definitely is. So Dreadnoughtuses are still broken, which is an insane exploit. So I could tame just like a super good one all by myself because the creatures are just spawning in and not moving. So I just get to come over here and kill them for free. So that's sort of crazy. One hostile still in area. I'm just looking for there's the little blue indicator. Got him. So that's phase 1. He should be 20%. Yep. So we'll go through all 5. Well, that's kind of too bad. I was kind of hoping we might actually have to do stuff. Defend this person. But it looks like I'm just going to get to free tame this dread. Which kind of makes me not care. And it also makes me sad that I didn't just tame that 130 we saw the other day. Because I could have absolutely gotten that to an alpha node or something. And I'd have like an insanely good Dreadnoughtus right now. Instead of just this shitty one. Broken game is broken. Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty much always the same spawn spots. These were kind of far away, maybe. There's one. There was another one over here somewhere, but I don't... Oh, there it is. And after like a predetermined amount of time, I guess it'll give me the indicators. I thought the indicators were always there. But it looks like that's not the case. Okay, so it does look like once you damage it, it might actually try and start moving. But even so... One hostile remains. Please get me out of this green crap so I can see. Oh, no, it's not one. Definitely more. Because there's one right here, too. Oh, this is already going to be at 60%. So I'm not even going to have to finish this whole thing to tame this dread. There's one. Yeah. Yeah, 130 dread would spawn tougher ones. But the important thing is look at its taming effectiveness is only 35%. And that's because I'm only doing a 10k LE node. So your taming effectiveness has to do with how strong the LE node is that you tame the Dreadnoughtus at. So you want to get to an alpha node so that you can get the full 100%. I think I think the alpha node is 100%. You might have to go all the way to the 100K node to get the full amount. But also, you'll notice that most of these creatures I've been killing have been about level 20. A lot of them have been exactly level 20. And that's because the creature's level that spawns in, I think, is also related to the level of the Dreadnoughtus. But if they're broken like this, I need to be on the lookout. Because even with a not great Manic Armor, I could defeat one of these nodes if the creatures weren't going to move until I hit them. Like I could just wipe a 100K node off the map. Especially now that Corrupted Wyverns no longer fire breath the rider. They only fire breath the creature now. You could definitely do it if the creatures weren't going to be moving. So I need to look into that because, you know, you can breed Dreadnoughtuses. So if I could get a breeding pair, then I could just have Dreadnoughtuses. And that'd be kind of dope. I think this stationary stego, nope, stationary stego is not stationary. Yeah, this is stupid. Like, how do you even lose this? Don't. I don't see any more little blue indicators. Oh, there's not. Are we waiting for another wave? Did I run out of time? Is there a time limit? Did I go too far away and brick my tame? That seems like something that could happen. Nope. Looks like I just need to find some more creatures. $92. Looks like 2 more creatures are out here somewhere. 1 and... That was, I don't know, sad? Oh, the element vein isn't over yet. Oh, now I've triggered the actual vein. Yeah, I don't care to stay here and do that. I have a level 25 Dreadnoughtus. Because I am a baller. Oh, right. I need a little more crystal, don't I? I did not quite get enough. There is a crystal spawn not too far from my base. Where are you, crystals? All right. What am I doing? Don't even have grapples. Gotta go in through the other base. Right. Boop, 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 boop. Sure, you can go in there too. Did I leave my black pearls on my Manic armor? Really? Really? Holy shnikes. That was unreasonably easy to tame that Dreadnoughtus. I mean, I know it's just a super low level, but still. And grapples. Alright, grapples, gene splicer. Let's make, whoops, parachutes. And can I make one of those? Give me that, that, and that. Hey, there we go. And give me that. And a whip. Nice. And we got a whole kit again. Let's snag up any trank arrows that we have. And if we don't have any trank arrows, we'll get some regular arrows. We do not have trank arrows. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I don't have the finger dexterity for that. If I move my hands off of my move keys, then my hands get really confused. I just don't have the ability to do that anymore like I used to. I have a rifle. Oh, I need a long neck, yeah. I've got a couple now. Oops, sorry, I was muted. I'm not just going to search for dimorphs. I'm going to search for Ankies and Dodics and stuff too. Because I really need the minerals for my Anki and my Dodic. I need to be able to farm harder. And so that's kind of the barrier right now. I'm going to have to start traveling to other servers to farm when I sort of full on move into the other base. And so yeah, I have found a few. They've so far all been traded away for some stuff that I really needed, like the bosses. But yes, I have found some. For a while, I was a little too focused on trying to get tier 3s instead of just taking whatever tier I find at first and then just trying to tier up from there. There's a wastes bearing 1, but I already have 3 wastes bearings on my Dodic, so I don't need the tier 1s anymore. I just need to get better ones, maybe. Health frail, mutable melee on an Anki. That's pretty good, but it's just 2, and I just want to go ahead and get tier 3s for the mutables, I think. Although it was a level 5. That would have been real easy to get. 2 Vamp 3 Velos would be nice. Heck yeah, it would. Heck yeah, it would. Can't wait for you to try any vamp creature to see its effectiveness. Me either. Me either. Had we been raising this Velo, I probably would have gone ahead and put it on this newest Velo. But since I can't raise that Velo because it got eaten by my stupid buttface Oviraptor, we're not going to get to try it. Ooh, that's a fast learner 3 on the Velonosaur. Nice. Yeah, give me that. So I was told, although I have not verified, that the fast learner trait can be taken off after it's an adult and replaced with something else. And that's the only one that can be done like that. So it means you don't have to give up. Yeah, that's what I was told. I haven't been able to verify. But that way you don't have to give up your 5th slot in order to get levels. Ooh, giant slaying level 2. Ooh, I feel like that's good enough to get. Let's kill all these. Because they're in the freaking way. Okay. How many of you mother fudgers are there? I want this one causing the other, or coming after me when I go after the other one. And we're just gonna get right up here. And break out my gun. And boop. And boop. And boop. And boop. Ooh. Well, there was another one getting me. Oh shit. Stupid ass manic armor. Gonna keep an eye on that manic armor, make sure it doesn't get bloodied. But I'd like to knock this thing out before I go save the manic armor. Perfect. I believe this one's the giant slaying too. It is. Let's go find a baby of some sort to eat. Here is a baby of some sort that this stupid Yudi ate. See, now I'm angry with you. Just wanted some prime meat. Well, now I have 3 primes. That's a Dodic that I haven't seen yet. Heavy hitting. Get some babies. Sorry, I know. I'm so sad because I killed your family. But I'm not sad for killing your family. I'm in fact quite glad that I killed your family. Boop. They'll just attack me, I know it. The mana does have a level, look at that. Ain't that something? Stupid. I will take care of that in just a moment. Meantime, we want to get that in there. And accept and stamina. Okay. Stop doing whatever you were doing. I just want your genes. And he's dead. All right. Let's keep on looking. Mutable health doesn't matter. Weight robust, numb, mutable weight. Mutable weight could matter, maybe. But I don't want to tame a 145 that's already been getting attacked a bunch. That sounds awful. Traits expand, they do. They expand the game in a really positive way because you see people out here a lot looking for traits. So they not only bring people out into the world, but they bring people out into the world in fairly um, identifiable positions or places because you know what kind of creatures people are going to be going for. And so you know kind of the areas where they're going to be. But yeah, going after different trait combinations and having different trait combinations for different scenarios. Like your boss Yudi is going to need different traits than maybe your raid Yudi. Um, your raid mammoth needs different traits than your uh, wood mammoth. Like, yeah, and tons of more trait items, which is huge. Um, Unfortunately, this game has no trade system, which is incredibly stupid because a lot of this game relies on trading. So they really need like a trade window so that you can't get scammed throwing stuff out. Well, so it's easy enough to find people to trade with, and there are even discords where they have like reputation bots and stuff that keep track of who reputable traders are. So you can only trade with people who have good rep on those trade sites. And having good rep on those trade sites means something because it means they're going to get more trades. And so they'll actually care about their rep. Whereas if they screw you over and you just talk to them in global on their server, then it doesn't really matter, how many people are you going to be able to contact and say, this person's a scammer, and how many of those people are actually going to believe you. So, having a third party system is great, but why are we required to have a third party system? Something like that, or so we now have um, Club ARK, right? Which are these maps that are sort of accessible, sort of not from anywhere. So it'd be cool if maybe something like that was added to Club ARK. Maybe I can bring in, my traits and stuff and trade them, or I don't know, something. Let's do something. But this whole honor system, throw it on the ground, hope they give you what you traded for, is booty cheeks. Complete and utter booty cheeks. Wish once human vending machine was server wide with search list. Hey, you have to go to each vending machine. I mean, I don't mind having to go to the vending machines in Once Human. Honestly, I like it. I think it's cool that, you kind of need to go over to like other people's bases and stuff. That's Vampiric 1. I don't know if I'm going to do Vampiric 1. Maybe I'll do like 2 and above. Because I won't need nearly as many Velos with Vampiric, I don't think. Because I'm going to need Dimorphodons. Aggressive, stamina frail. But yeah, the fact that they implemented it the way they did is the problem. So you just ended up with all those trucks with vending machines everywhere. And that just was not good. I could do plant bearing on my Yankees so that I could gather berries with them better. It's kidding. I'm not actually going to do that, but it's a thing that could happen. Rolling on 20s with the top back. New lunar scenario started in Once Human. Oh, did it? If I had gotten raided and lost everything on ARK, I might have gone ahead and done the new scenario. But since I'm still alive, can't really take that many days off. You go try the new scenario out. I still love Once Human. I still love their seasonal system. I think it's great. I love the way you get weapons and stuff. Moon phases where you constantly lose sanity and need to kill deviants. Hmm. I don't know. It seems like it's probably okay. I imagine they probably fucked up the implementation though. That's just what they've been doing. They'll have a good idea and then they'll just shit all over it. I still can't believe nobody's ever based down here. Like, not even any remnants of a base. There's like a fake wall there. Yeah, a few days left on last phase of my server. Got my Frost rifle, Jaws pistol, all armored, final 6-star. Nice. Good job. That Frost rifle was really fun. The new one from the hot cold scenario. I very much enjoyed it. I would have probably continued to play Once Human and not quit it if the the Way of Winter scenario, if they hadn't spawned the stupid enemies in the middle of your like encampment when you were doing the thermal tower things. Would have been way, way better. But they fucked that up pretty good. So it just wasn't fun. Ooh, and that's waste sparing. I don't actually need waste sparing on an Anki. Yeah, I mean, it just wasn't, I don't know, it was just poorly executed. Just poorly executed. Could have been fun. Ended up being not fun. Yeah, so I liked the thing about farming the specific hide, but you're right. Then there wasn't enough of those hides available. And so it just kind of became this unnecessarily awful grind in this one very specific location where there were only like two crocodiles. So that was trash. And again, it's great ideas and just absolutely trash implementations. And that's kind of the whole game. Once human has just these wonderful, cool ideas, and then you actually go play it, and you're like, oh, well, this is like the suckiest way you could have done this. Awesome. You have six golden wool goats, bring in passive golden wool, which helps. Yeah, I was farming polar bear skins, and I spent like all day on stream farming polar bear skins to get enough to make my gear. And that was all day for me. That was like a long day of farming bear skins. So if you're a normal person, then that wouldn't be a problem, except so much of that game was designed to be casual friendly. And then they were like, oh, except this skin thing. The skin thing's just gonna suck. Like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, camped with people all day, every. Yeah, I never got any of the special croc skins. Never even worried about it, cause fuck that. Wasteland Wolfskin is plus 20 stam, plus 5 running speed. Both chest and pants, plus 40 stam, plus 10% speed. Yeah, I don't remember all of the stuff that you could get from all of those things. I had a pretty good idea of a couple of things while I was playing, but I haven't played in 3 months now, probably. I quit midway through the first wave of winter our season, and haven't been back since. Played a bunch of different games on stream. It totally tanked my channel for a while. It was not good, but I just could not keep playing that game. All right, let's head over towards Green Hub. Okay, suddenly things are super laggy. What are you doing to me, game? What are you doing to me? Ooh, I like that color. Yellow on the top. That's nice. Gas weavers were bullet sponge. Which, again, is totally fine with me. Bullet sponge mechanics are cool. But in my head, Chaos Weavers, like, roamed around the map. They weren't these ridiculous stationary, um, you know, bullshits. Especially a ton of people got totally fucked because they based near where Chaos Weaver would spawn. And they had based there before the Chaos Weavers even started spawning. And then they would just keep getting spawned on, and their bases would get destroyed by Chaos Weavers. And then the fact that people could just pull Chaos Weavers over to people's bases to destroy them and to steal their stuff was ridiculous. I mean, just so many things went wrong, and Way of Winter should have been so much fun. Prism versus Clash was an absolute travesty. Prism versus Clash should have been one of the pinnacle moments in gaming history. And the implementation of that was so bad. I mean, it just ruined it. And it should have been phenomenal. Holy crap, is that an alpha? That is an alpha. With Manibus now COD map on New Lunar Scenario whenever I joined in. Oh, does the Lunar Scenario go to both maps? Or is it available on both maps? That's interesting. I was not aware of that. Fuck off, Argy. I just want my Alpha Raptor thing. Thank you. Or is it going to be on a new map? The guy I play with is in Germany and he's not excited to play again just yet. Yeah. I'm not really either. And then they broke. One of the other things that really upset me is I made a roller coaster on my Eternal Land island, and it was super cool. It was like one of the first things I did on stream. Was made this really long roller coaster with loop de loops and all kinds of stuff. And then they quote unquote fixed vehicles so that they couldn't climb up the sides of cliffs and stuff anymore. And it totally broke my roller coaster. And I was super fucking mad. Because only like 3 people had ever gone to it. Alright, where are we at? I actually think we're probably going to call it here. Because that's 8.5 hours. I need to go back and check on my creatures again. I think they're okay. But I just want to double check and make sure. So yeah, I think that's going to be the end of our stream today. Thanks everybody for coming out. Thanks to our 2 new followers over on Twitch. That was really great to get to meet some new people and talk a little bit about the game. So welcome, welcome. I will be back at the same time tomorrow for another stream, which I guess tomorrow is going to be Saturday. So yeah, make sure you come and hang out. New shock comp crossbow that shoots out lightning in multiple directions. A few other new weapons. Oh, well, that's kind of cool. I like new weapons. The weapons in the game are super important and super fun, so. But yeah, so make sure y'all come and hang out again tomorrow, and we will be back here on either Extinction, or we may go over and do some stuff on our other map, or, you know, maybe find some outpost maps or something like that where we can do a little farming. I really don't know what tomorrow's going to have in store for us, so thanks a lot, everybody. I really appreciate all the support that I've been getting from this community so far, and so I will continue to be here every single day for as many hours as I possibly can. Just getting after it. So yeah, I hope everybody has a great day, and I will see you all tomorrow.